What's up, everybody? How are you doing? We are here. It is time to go racing. We've had a little bit of weather come in the last few days, and we've been working hard to get this track all dialed and ready for today. This is round number 6. We've been away from racing for a minute. We're all glad to be here. We got a huge crowd. We got our racers lined up and ready to go, starting with our first class, Amateur NA. And check it out. Here we go. But we are stoked to have you back. We hope you're all tuned in and enjoying the race with us today. We're having a little bit of issues getting my man Scott up here. He's sitting next to me. We'll get his comms going here in just a second, and we'll get this racing action kicked off. So what a day it is. The sun is shining. This track is ready to go. And here is Amateur NA. So we've got Sievers, Van Beekem, Watkins, Greenfield, Rowden, Jordan, Speaks, Medlin, Summers, Slinkard, Henderson, Anderson, and Anderson, all on the line, ready to go. So we are ready to get underway here. There you see that 64. Very patriotic car right here. We're going to get this going. There it is. There's the jump. You'll see two different lines. So you've got your first set of drivers on the front row, and then you'll have that second row. There you can see some of the water still on the track. We got to give the track crew here a big, big high five. They have worked their butts off in the last couple hours, or I would say the last 24 hours, fought through some adversity to get this track dried out. Well, there was a lot of people here that was having some questions about whether or not we were going to be able to race. Well, here we are. We're racing. The Amateur NA class is on the track right now, and we are having some fun as they come around. It looks like Josie Watkins, I think, has jumped out to the lead. We'll see as he come around right here. Looks like Ryder Van Beekem in the 64 right there, and there is the 101 of Sievers. So Watkins, Van Beekem, Sievers, your 1, 2, and 3 right now on the track. Whoa, getting up on the front. There's some new lines this weekend. The track's been reworked. There's some new jumps. We've seen that in some of the chats this week. Everybody's been talking about that. There you see that big, big bull turn up there, those Talladega-style turns. Big speeds coming down the hills out here. One of the coolest things about Mid-America Outdoors is the elevation. One of the things you're probably seeing right now, and that is all the different elevation changes on the track, going up and down those big hills. It's one really cool place out here. If you've never been, we invite you out, and we hope you're tuned in with us today. Share the link. Invite everybody to join the feed today and watch some great off-road racing right here with us, Mid-America Outdoors, round number 6. There's a great shot of the 237 of Watkins, your leader, coming around, making that slide through the corner, headed up to the finish line there. Lots of close battles going on out here this weekend. There is going to be a championship on the line, and we were talking about there's some storylines this weekend, and we'll fill you guys in with those later on, but some of the racing out here is very, very close. We've had some very consistent racers. We've had a few racers that have had some bad rounds, and so it's going to run down to the end. This is a big round for everybody out here in this championship race for sure. But right now, Josie Watkins, that 237, is leading the pack in Amateur NA. Ryder Van Beekem, looks like Sievers still running in third. Summers and Slinkard rounding out your top 5. There's Crichton Jordan in 6th, Rowden in 7th, Speaks in 8th, Anderson in 9th, and Dakota Medlin, your top 10. As we watch the 237 of Watkins out front leading the charge. The track does look a little slick. There's definitely some corners you can see there where if you're going to get outside.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
7.
Well, let's see if I'm back. Mac?
Hey.
All right. Hey, we got a 2-man team. Okay.
Now we're ready to go. Scott, welcome to the party.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Nice job carrying at the start. We've been throwing everything at this racetrack, trying to get it taken care of for this morning's racing. And It looks like there what might be dust out there. Trust me,
I
it
can
isn't
see
right
a little
now.
bit right now.
But, yeah, I mean, it's amazing what one day just letting it sit does. I mean, yesterday we had beautiful weather. The sun was pounding on it at just the right angle. The wind was hitting it. And we've got perfect track conditions right now.
Oh, yeah. And we're watching the 237 of Watkins right here. One of the things that I wanted to point out was it looks like second place is making up a little bit of time. Looks like Severs might have moved up into that second position. Oh, we got the 513 off the side of the track. That's Colin Greenfield trying to get it going again. May have had an issue right there. It looks like trying to get that car rolling. Back out front. Well, that's 211. So that's Doug Summers.
So
Doug Summers and Slinkard right there battling. There's the white flag coming out. One more lap. We'll see if Josie Watkins can hold on. There's your leader, the 237, looking nice and clean out front.
She's been so impressive this latter half of the season. And she's peaking at just the right time with 2 rounds of racing remaining.
Yeah, this is where you got to push it super hard. I mean, this is, the ultimate round. You definitely want to try and win your championship. Some of those people are, like I said, in a very close battle, Scott. We talked about some of this. I mean, down to within 1 to 2 points, so critical for you to come out prepared this weekend and come out swinging and driving as fast as you can. But as we're seeing on the screen right here, Severs is on a mission. Severs has made up a ton of time. Severs actually the fastest on the track right now. Last lap around, Severs was a 151.5. Watkins was a 153.2. So that tells you something right there.
Yeah, he's found the secret somewhere. But here's the interesting part. The fastest lap of the race is still Josie by 4 seconds.
Yep.
So that just tells me possibly that TJ probably got hung up someplace in traffic or something, or maybe kind of got loose or whatever it may be. But look at it right now.
Well, there goes TJ. He's going to try to dive inside. She's going to have the momentum around the outside.
This is a white flag lap as well. Keep that in mind.
You got to make it happen right here. TJ is looking for that line. Right now, Josie's pushing a little bit harder. She might have woke up a little bit when she figured out how close he was. But now we got to see what Severs can do. He's going to try to battle it out right here. They don't have a lot of time left on the track out here, so we will see who's going to get the better end of this one. We've seen some really good battles coming through this section right here. It looks like Severs is going to tighten the gap up a little bit.
Time is running out.
Not going to be able to do it right there. Big win for Josie Watkins. Great driving from Severs, getting that second position. And I believe Ryder Van Beekem will cross. Yeah.
TJ's like,
third spot
just give me another
there.
half a lap. Just another half a lap.
It's always the situation, right? Like you push super hard, you just run out of time, you run out of real estate, and they're doing the best they can. But, hats off to this amateur NA class coming out and tackling the track, first race of the day. We've talked about this several times. For what for the weather we've had, this is amazing. The track actually looks really good. And we're hoping these drivers out here are going to have a blast today. We got a huge, huge day of racing out here for round 6. Big weekend. We're racing today and tomorrow. We've got our whole Mid-America Outdoor Short Course Series going, as well as Champ here in the house. So we're running all the trucks. We're excited about that.
I want to watch you watch the trucks. That's going to be fun for me because I know you've never seen the Pro 4s, Pro 2s. Oh, somebody's
got one over here.
Let's see.
There's our track crew. Big shout out to our track crew. Always out there. That's Gus Fisher.
Yeah.
Gus is legendary around these parts, man. I would venture to say if there's anybody I know that could take down Chuck Norris, it would be Gus.
In a very quiet, stealth kind of way.
Yes.
I mean,
in a very nice way.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's the crew out there. Big shout out to them. Big shout out to all of our flaggers and everyone working the track. We want to keep everybody safe out here, having a good time today.
You can see right now how the track conditions are. They're really perfect on the inside. In fact, it sounds like, as we talk about track conditions, Pam is down trackside with some information. I don't know if she's got a driver, track information, or what, but let's go down to Pam right now.
Thanks, guys. I am down here with Josie Watkins. She just came in first place for race number 1 out here this weekend. We've had some weather issues out there, but here you are in that number 1 spot. Did you prepare yourself mentally to come out here for the race conditions that we had?
I came from a cross-country background, so I kind of prepared myself for the mud and everything, and I kind of brought back my roots on how to drive in the mud again.
Well, here you are in that number 1 spot today. You got to be feeling pretty good right now. So let's get you back to your pit. You got some cleaning to do, but congratulations for getting that number 1 spot.
Thank you very much.
Matt and Scott, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Pam. And once again, congratulations to that young lady. Wow.
Yeah.
She's taking on the boys and going, I got you guys covered, man.
Yeah, that was a great driving right there. Congrats to Josie Watkins. Big shout out Sievers in the 2nd spot. Also Van Beekham rounding out your 1, 2, and 3. Slinkard in the 4th spot. There's Crichton Jordan in 5th. Ashley Rowden in 6th. Rowdy Speaks in the 7th spot. And it looks like Dakota Medlin and Troy Anderson will round out. Well, I say that's 8th and 9th. Then you got Caitlin Anderson in your top 10. So that'll round out your top 10 there. Followed by Heath Henderson, Doug Summers, and Colin Greenfield. Beautiful shot of Old Glory flying up there. Also take a look at all those sponsors up there. We want to make sure we say a big thank you to all the sponsors. You'll see them clicking through your screen up at the top right also. Without them, we could not make it happen out here. So go follow and support those that support us and help us make all this racing happen here at Mid-America Outdoors. And all over the country, Ultra 4, all the different things we do. Well, it sounds like in the next race in Expert NA, we got a couple of brothers, the Seyfrieds, and we heard that Pam got a chance to catch up with them, so let's send it down to Pam.
I am here with Luke and Landon Seyfried. These guys race against each other in our Expert NA class. Landon is 35 points behind first place. So, Landon, do you have any strategies going into this weekend to try to catch up to your brother Luke?
Just try to stay on all fours and all tires inflated. That's my biggest bummer. And try just to keep up with him. He's a little faster than me, but I just got to try my best.
Well, and you were saying that you have a little bit of a different setup and you haven't got to actually practice on it. So are you just going to go out and run it?
Depends how I wake up in the morning. If I'm feeling risky, then probably.
Well, and okay, so Luke, you are number 1 in points right now with that 35-point lead. What are you going to do to keep that lead this weekend?
Honestly, this is probably my drop round, so I'm just going to try to stay on all fours and finish.
I mean, you haven't finished any worse than a 2nd place this year, correct? So here you are, you're saying it's going to be your drop round. So are you expecting the track conditions to maybe play into that factor?
Yeah, it's going to be wet, and I don't like the track wet. I'm not really good on a wet track, but I'm going to try my best and try to get this a knucklehead.
Well, you guys have, obviously your setup's already set up. You haven't really practiced on yours yet, but are you going to try to do any different kind of tire change? Because that obviously plays a factor on a nice, freshly watered track.
Knowing that we only have 1 set of tires, probably not. So probably just stay to the ones we have on. So.
All right, what do you think?
My tires were a little bit worn out, but it's not going to stop me, and I can't wait.
So slick track, I like it. You guys like to talk a little bit smack to each other, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, same here?
Yeah, I talk smack when I'm in front, but I can't really do that now, so.
Well, and your worst round so far has been 16th. Are you hoping to make that 16th place your drop round?
Yes, ma'am. I am.
Well, good luck out there to both of you. It's awesome to see brothers out here on the track. And you guys, obviously they're identical twins here, so it's always hard to tell them apart. But Luke and Landon Seyfried, good luck out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot, Pam. And we should mention, here's what we should probably mention as well. Yesterday was Pam's birthday. We were all the gang here at MAO. We had a little bit of a party last night for her. They had a little bit of cupcakes and stuff like that, but happy birthday to one of our broadcast team members.
That's right. Happy birthday. And great interview with Luke and Landon there, the Seyfried brothers. They're always fun to watch, and here we're about to get to see them right here getting ready to go. There you see the 28 and the 82 looking sharp and ready. There's the 21 right there also on the inside. And we are getting ready. It's Keegan Cummings. We're getting ready to do battle out here. This is going to be fun. There we go. We got the start on the way right here, so it looks like a good jump. Oh,
wow,
looks
4
like
or 5 wide headed up that
3
hill.
Wide, 1 jumping in there. I want to say that's Landon, yeah. Look at the Seyfried brothers side by side coming down the hill, charging. Who's it going to be right here? We just saw a great interview with them, and now they're leading the way, getting a little sideways there. So it looks like you got Landon Seyfried, Luke Seyfried battling for the top spots. And then there is Cade and Isabella, Keegan Cummings all right up there in the front. So We're going to get a reading as they come around here. Not sure what happened. Our third-place driver looks like he got caught up right there a little bit, but out front and charging. These Safer brothers are on a mission right now.
Well, here's the thing to keep in mind. We had a very brief practice session this morning. Not all the cars came out here for practice. So some of these guys, I'm not exactly sure who, but for some of these guys and gals, this is the first time they're seeing this track. With all the changes, the track conditions, all those variables, this is the first time they're seeing it.
Yeah, you know, and there are some drivers that opted maybe out of doing practice, you know. So there is some people out there probably that haven't seen the track yet. And as you can see right there, looking nice and clean, there's the 82 machine of Landon out front, followed by the 28. And then that looks like actually the 124. Oh, getting up on two wheels, saving it. Bicycle. He was ready to go there, but he saved that. Looks good. I believe that was Caden Isabella that made that save right there, the 124. Great shot right there as you see the 82 machine coming through. Landon Safer, 138.9 on that lap time. Luke with a 141, so Landon definitely a little bit faster out there, pushing a little bit harder. We talked about those setups out there just now with Pam. So it sounds like Landon is pushing a lot harder right now and trying to keep that car in front. Definitely wants to beat his brother. And there you see it looks like Caden Isabella in the third spot with Keegan Cummings right behind him in the green car.
A little bit of a separation now from second on back, as 1 and 2 have now had pretty sizable gap, maybe a second between first and second. But yeah, these two cars are pulling away from everybody else.
Yeah, this is a great race right here. That's what we were talking about earlier. Landon Safer been super consistent all season. And now he's showing us how he's trying to get it done at round 6. They talked about how, you might have heard them talk about how they have that drop round. Some of the riders throughout the season, if they have a bad race, they do have the option to take a drop round. Well, when you're super consistent, like they were saying in their interview, you can choose to take that drop round whenever you want. And so
have finished no worse than second the entire year. Which race do you drop?
Exactly. So we'll see how he finishes this out. But right now, Landon Safer leading the charge. Luke Safer in second, and Caden Isabella running in third. There's Keegan Cummings in fourth. Looks like Rinkmeyer in fifth. Bree Seek in sixth. Sean Philbin seventh. Braxton Moore out there running in eighth. Good to see Braxton out there racing. Randy Clifton in ninth. Jesse Greaves in 10th. And Jaden Lindemood in the 11th spot right now on the track.
Yeah, you can see the lines are starting to get a little bit wider. Everyone's been taking that inside line, maybe like somewhat in the middle of the track, but you can see that mud is slowly getting pushed to the outside.
And that's what's going to happen.
Line.
Yeah, the track's going to come in, and it's going to get better and better as the day goes on.
Yeah.
Right now it's probably, I mean, you can definitely see some of these cars out there. If you're in the back of the pack battling, there's some roosts flying out there. So
there's not an issue of traction, that's for sure. The only probably issue they might have would be vision with tear-offs and that car getting real heavy. Because that clay will stick to the chassis, stick to the components, and make that car probably at the end of the race, 200-300 pounds heavier than when it started. And that's when you have the kind of horsepower they have, you need all the lightweightness, I guess you'd call it, you possibly can, because that mud, that clay is heavy.
Well, here you are getting to ride along and watch Landon Saffert make his way around this 2.2-mile short course track here in Jay, Oklahoma. This place is absolutely amazing. If you've never been out here before, we definitely want you to come and join us. If you're tuned in right now watching us, we thank you for tuning in and enjoying the show. Race number 2 right now on the track. This is Expert NA. The sun is shining, and look at the 82 right there. Landon Saffert making some new lines. He was trying to, as you were talking about, Scott, you'll see him pushing this track a little bit more. He was setting that corner up a little bit better, getting out there and going to push some of that soft dirt.
Should be coming to the white flag this time by, and once again our top 5 is still Blake Rinkenmeyer in that 5th spot. Keegan Cummings 4th, Caden Isabella 3rd, and the brothers running 1 and 2, Landon and Luke.
White flag is out right now. I can see it across the track there.
And look how they're starting to group back up again, tighten up.
Well, that looks like Braxton Moore, I think, in that 1776 car right there. You see the smoke coming out the back of the car. Not really sure what's going on there.
I'll put money on it that it's steam, and that car's getting hot with that radiator getting clogged or something down there, probably blocking the air passage.
There you see the white flag flying. One more lap around, back out front with our leader with a sizable gap on his brother, Luke Seyfried. So Landon charging. Landon with the fastest lap out there at 138.9. Definitely has backed it down some now. Last lap around, he was a 150. Luke a 152.
Now, if you've noticed, they made this track a lot wider for this round of racing. They changed it up quite a bit. Our leaders just went through right there. You see those tabletops in the background? That used to be what we would call the uneven, unrhythm section. They eliminated all that and made it a series of 3 tabletops. And right now it seems to be working. Nice gap between each one. Nice takeoff, nice landing. But yeah, the track is quite a bit wider in a lot of areas, which hopefully will create more passing opportunities when they come back into this infield area and the up and down high bank sections. I like how they're starting to use it. They're not all tight to the inside, and some of them are starting to kind of venture to the outside high banking area.
Yep.
And I like how some of these guys are starting to do that.
On board still with the 82 right there. That is Landon Seyfried. Let me tell you, he is on the gas. There he is, getting out there into some of that little bit greasier stuff out there, taking the checkered flag. That is Landon Seyfried right there, showing us how to get it done. An expert NA. Here comes his brother, Luke Seyfried, is on the gap right now. I mean, Luke Seyfried, actually, the gap over his brother was pretty big, 6 to 7 seconds.
Yeah, almost 7 seconds, yeah. Well, the trash talk continues back in the pits, unfortunately.
I don't think it ever ends for brothers, you know. That's pretty much all they do is have a good time out here racing and talk trash to each other. But, you know, that's how you push each other, you know. And that's how you get faster. And there you see the 5:43, it looks like. Not really sure. It looks like a 53. I'm sorry, Randy Clifton. There's a 21 of Keegan Cummings. Not sure what happened. It looks like he limped through that checkered right there. Hope everything is okay with Keegan's car. He'll get it fixed, get back out there.
You know, I watched them work on that car a lot yesterday, even in the rain underneath the awning. There was something going on. They would run it for a little while, and something wasn't right, shut it down, work on it some more. So as the 53 of Clifton crosses the line. But, yeah, there might be something going on with Keegan's car.
Well, the one thing we know about Keegan, he'll battle through it. He'll get that car fixed, and his weekend hopefully isn't over. There you see Randy Clifton. We saw him come by a second ago, the 53. He's making his way off the track, that S3 car.
Well, we already got fans checking in. Nani and Pops are watching from Whitney, Texas, and they're cheering on Code. Your little buddy.
Yeah, man.
They're cheering on Code. He'll be coming up soon.
Code St. Peter. He is definitely a force to be reckoned with out there. This kid is so fast and got such a big future in front of him as far as being a racer. You know,
you call somebody a legend, it's almost like you have to kind of like be an older person to be a legend. But they're starting to – he's a young legend.
Oh, yeah. Well, it sounds like we got Pam with our winner down trackside. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with Landon Seyfried. You just came out there, won this race. We had a conversation yesterday about you being third in points, but you just went out there and beat your brother. What was your strategy to do that this morning?
Just try to get a good start and maintain my speed and prove a point, because the last 3 races have not been the best, so I want to come out here and do good.
Well, and you had new tires on your car. We talked about this yesterday, and you just told me you get the new tires because you're behind in points. So you think the new tires out there on the wet track helped you out this morning?
I'm not going to say yes, because my brother's going to watch this later, and he's going to be like, yeah, that's why he won, but yes.
Well, congratulations on that #1 spot today. We'll let you get going and clean your car up, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Matt and Scott, back to you.
Well, that was an awesome interview. Landon stoked on getting that win over his brother, Luke. We are going to step away, take a quick break, and hear a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with racing here just shortly.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
AMSOIL runs on.
Welcome back, everybody, as we're getting ready for more race action. Getting ready now for the Youth 1000.
That's right.
And that's still, I know I've said this early in the season, 1000cc. This is a pretty big car for, like, younger drivers. But they handle it, man. They handle it.
They definitely do. And there you see the starting lineup there. They are on the line, ready to go. We're going to see Severs, Van Beekem, Tremblay, Luke Marcato, Easton, Hubler, Warner, Bailey, Sontag, and Farmer all getting ready to do battle. This is Youth 1K. Here we go. Green flag has dropped. We're going to see who gets the whole shot here.
And there's 1 point separation right now between Severs and Ryder Van Beekem. So they're definitely watching the points and track position going into the last two rounds of racing, this being one of them.
Well, it looks like Severs is going to get the whole shot right here. Van Beekem right on his tail, though. You can see those flags flying on the car. Van Beekem in that very patriotic car out there. We're always talking about that when we see it. He stands out on the track.
They come out of the Phoenix, Arizona area
That's right.
every single round of racing.
They do.
And they bring a bunch of cars.
Severs right now looking really good, really smooth, getting out in front, trying to check out right now, stay clean. And like you said, Scott, trying to lock in this championship right here. The points are really close, so some big battles to watch out here today. Youth 1K action right now on the track.
Yeah, Van Beekem getting a little wide, kind of rumbling through some of that rough. There's no lack of traction right now. So if they go in the corner hard, sometimes it's going to bite real hard and kind of flip them off to the side or kind of kick them off to the side. And it looks like, Severs is actually really, really being methodical, taking that perfect line. You can see him just for a second get up on two wheels a little bit. And he's slowly pulling away from Van Beekem. That's kind of surprising me a little bit.
Yeah, one of the things that I noticed just a second ago, kind of off screen there, RJ Tremblay looks like he's made the move and got up in the third spot, made it around Miyakoto. Had maybe a little issue in a corner or something there, but RJ Tremblay, great driver, moving up into that third spot. Severs on the gas, a 139 lap time. Van Beekem a 141, so Van Beekem got some work to do. He needs to find that faster line somewhere and make up some time if he's going to get up there and battle with Severs.
Yeah, once the first half of the race, if you lose track of that leader, like Van Beekem looks like he just might be doing right now, the second half of the race is very, very, very tough to reel him back in. But it's getting to the point now, these cars are so technical, the tires are so, I guess you'd say, pressure sensitive, the different tire compounds, rubber compounds, that you could burn up your tires in the first half of the race. I don't see that happening on track conditions like this just yet, but it's all about right now, I think, with the track conditions, maintaining that nice, tight inside line where it's a little bit smoother. If you see some of these guys that kind of trip to the outside a little bit, it's really rough, and that car just starts to bounce, and they slow down drastically, lose all their momentum.
Yeah, all traction gets lost when you get out in that fluff on the outsides. But one thing you will see, too, is as we get into some of these bigger races going through the day and the race order out here, they'll start pushing that out further and further, and these lines will just expand. The track will get wider and wider. But there you see the 101, TJ Sievers getting it done up on two wheels a little bit right there.
Yeah, that step right there, that corner was, I think,
101 Sievers right here. Coming around the track. One of the things you'll see later as this track widens out right here is you'll see two lines right there. We got to see some incredible battles last round right there, all the way to the checkered flag. And we will see that again today, I'm sure. We're getting excited for some of those races that are going to come up in the race order a little bit later on today. We still got a lot of racing going on today. This is Youth 1K, our third race of the day. So you got Sievers leading the way, Van Beekem running in second. There's Tremblay in third, Miyakato in the fourth spot.
You
Ali
see right
Hubler.
There, yellow flag, so there's something going on the track, yellow zone. So for some of the fans that haven't seen this before, oh, there we go, the 25,
yep.
Yeah. That is Drake Sontag.
Yep.
But, there'll be a yellow flag out. There's a speed limit. You have to slow down. I think it's 25 miles an hour.
Yep.
You have to maintain your position. You can't gain ground on the driver in front of you. Maintain the position to the incident site and the last yellow flag, and you can get back under racing conditions.
And one of the things, too, if you're at home watching, it's really cool that these drivers actually have comms with our track officials. So when there's a caution on the track, they actually will let them know that there's a caution on the track so that they can quickly get to that safe
that
speed.
Famous Nitro B where it's a listen only.
Yep.
So that the track officials or USAC officials that are making the calls can kind of like scold you a little bit, we'll say, slap your hand.
That's right.
And you can't bark back at them. You can't try to negotiate with them.
Well, there you see 101 slowing down to a very, very safe speed going through that caution area.
Yep.
One of the things that everybody knows is if you go too fast through a caution area or you try to advance a position in a caution, those are situations that will get you docked a little bit there on scoring points, but not what you want to do. You want to be smart. You want to be safe. That's all we're trying to do out here.
And we watched exactly. They did it right.
Yep,
they didn't. Van Beekem didn't try to make up ground on second, kind of cheat up a little bit. No, he didn't do it. He did exactly as they're supposed to do it. The speed limit was right. Sievers went the right pace through that yellow zone. So kudos to these kids out there. They're doing it the right way.
Well, I can tell you this. Van Beekem checked up a little bit there and did the smart thing through that caution, but he better get on the gas now. White flag is out, and Sievers is on the gas. It looks like they're coming into another caution here.
I think it's the same one.
Can't really see.
I think it's still...
We'll see here in a second.
I think it's still because of Sontag. Unless somebody checked up hard because of him, and now they have issues, whoever they is.
Okay, now we're seeing what's going on over here.
On the outside
Something's
of the track.
going on the outside of the track, which caused a caution back through that rhythm section. But it looks like now the 101 of Sievers is back under full power heading up the step up here. Coming through the corner looking good. Van Beekem right there in second. On the gas, trying to make something happen here. He's running out of time.
As I'm looking at timing and scoring, I think that's Caden Farmer that has the issues on the outside of that course. That's caused that second yellow.
Well, you're seeing our battle right here. See if we can tighten it up a little bit. Van Beekem Doesn't have much time, but it looks like he's pushing really hard on this car, trying to get up there with Sievers. Sievers is going to try and hold on. It's his race to win if he can stay up front.
Is he slowing again?
Yeah, we're back in this caution zone, so you got to slow down. Very smart move by both those drivers. Going down to caution speed. They'll be back under full speed right here.
Van Beeken kind of...
Sievers getting on the gas. You can see the car rock up just a little bit on two wheels there. Over the new tabletop, and here's this double line section. Sievers going to go to the inside, protect his line, and heading up the hill to the checkered flag. Congrats to TJ Sievers and Ryder Van Beeken, first and second on the track in Youth 1K.
Points lead by a few going into the final round of racing.
There's the 181 of Tremblay, your third place driver. And there is Miyakato in that fourth position. Looks like we got our car that was off the side of the track back on the track. The 25, Drake, is getting ready to go. Wants to finish this race out, get those points. Look at this battle all the way to the end right here, side by side. That's what I'm talking about. You're going to see some battles throughout the day right here, especially in this corner. We witnessed some great racing, especially with some of the youth classes out here. And right now, just getting to watch this Youth 1K race, kind of setting the tone for the day. These kids are putting on a show, and we always have a good time with the future of our sport out here.
You know, we talked about the radio communications with the Nitro B and the USAC officials talking to our drivers. They also, that car looks like it's sitting kind of funny.
Yeah, flat tire.
There we go, flat tire. It was one of those situations where they also have communication with spotters.
Yep.
Somewhere out there in the racetrack, usually it's a dad or a mom or maybe an uncle or a family member. But they're also talking to the spotters, and they can talk to them as well as spotters talk to their drivers.
Well,
here's our unofficial results.
Unofficial results right here, Youth 1K. Top spot, TJ Sievers, Ryder Van Beeken in second. RJ Tremblay in that third spot. There's Miyakato, Allie Hubler, Irie Bailey, Ty Lukemire, Cole Warner, Zoe Easton, and Drake Sontag rounding out your field right there. There's Caden Farmer also in the 11th spot. Sounds like we've got Miss Pam Hall trackside with an interview from our winner. Take it away, Pam.
Thanks, guys. Down here with TJ Sievers, you are leader in points. You just came out. You won this race number 1. You're also the fastest lap on the track. A little bit muddy out there, but you have that smile on your face.
Yes, I do, and I'm just excited to be here, and I can't believe I got fastest lap time.
Well, it was a great race out there for you. Your car's muddy, but not too bad. So what are you going to do to prepare for race number 2 to keep that points lead and maybe get back up here in this top spot?
What we're probably going to do is clean it off and just go through everything to make sure there's no broken bolts or nothing broken.
Well, congratulations on this number 1 spot out there, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
All right, Matt and Scott, back to you.
Well,
awesome,
thanks a lot, Pam. Yeah.
There. I look at these youth drivers and these cars, and I'm like, man, he can't even see over the steering wheel, but he's out there going so fast around this track. It's crazy.
Well, it looks like we're going to step aside real quick for another word from our sponsors. We've got a lot more racing to go here from Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Searching high, I'm searching low in the night. Ooh, does she know that we bleed the same? Ooh, don't wanna cry.
Hit it, boys.
Welcome back once again, everybody. Like I said, we got a lot more racing to go. It's been fun watching the kids to start the day. Matt, what do you think of so far? The track conditions, the weather, the racing, the enthusiasm from the racers themselves. What do you think so far?
Man, it's an awesome start to the day. There you see the U250 modified grid lineup presented by Ultimax, Coach St. Peter. We're going to get to talk about him some. Paxton Yoshimoto, Tanner Thompson, Avery Sides, Kennedy Singleton, one of my favorites, Maggie Flores, and Axel Gillespie getting ready to do battle in this U250 modified class. Man, this is going to be a fun when we get to see Code out here for the first time. If you're tuned in and you are watching us from home, check out these youngsters right here. They're going to have a good time, and they're going to put on a show. Code St. Peter, the Texas boy right here, always a heavy hitter on the line. But he's going to have his hands full. He's got Tanner Thompson out there in the green car. There you see him in the middle of the field. And there you see Code St. Peter.
Long.
Oh, man. Sending everybody a little bit of a splash there as he runs out and gets in that front spot and runs away with it.
You know what's interesting about these drivers? Every single one of them gets it or has somebody helping them get it because they are so active on the social medias. They are so active in promoting their racing and talking about themselves and getting the knowledge out there to the airwaves and trying to create a fan base. And probably right now leading that would be Tanner Thompson. Man, every time I tune into the internet, I go on to Facebook because that's pretty much all I do. He's always got a post of something going on, something cool, pictures of his car, his racing action, new videos. And so these kids really get the program, how to promote themselves and try to further their career.
Well, I want to talk about this right here. Paxton Yoshimoto has been extremely good all season. On the podium, has done a great job being consistent. And we have seen Code St. Peter also do the same thing. He has always had a big win streak out here. He's always been a great driver. But we can see this gap tightening up a little bit right here between, that's Yoshimoto now running in that second spot, and there's Code St. Peter in that bright orange car out front going super wide, carrying a ton of speed down that hill. He's out there having a ball right now. Look, he's having the most fun, I think, ever on this track. You're getting to see these kids race a different track setup we have for them this weekend. And they look like they're having some fun out there. There you see it all spaced out pretty good. So you've got Code St. Peter in front, Yoshimoto running in second. It looks like Tanner Thompson in the third spot. And there's Kennedy Singleton in fourth. Maggie Flores in the fifth spot. Avery Sides in sixth. And Axel Gillespie in that seventh position on the track.
Yeah, how many times have you said that this summer over the racing season? Code St. Peter running up front.
It's pretty common. Code's absolutely out there getting ready for every round. He's growing as a racer. I keep up with him a little bit. I'm really good friends with their family. We're all from Texas, and Code's getting in all kinds of racing. He's been racing karts and getting a little bit more comfortable in just different aspects of racing. Definitely one that we're going to keep our eye on through his career as he grows up and gets more involved with the racing. I think he's going to have a big career in racing, and he's definitely leading the charge right now. So Code St. Peter getting the job done. A few more laps left, this U250 modified class.
Yeah, the track, obviously the track is still changing, and you can see how these cars are bouncing around. That inside line is especially, this is way back in the far corner at the edge of the long straightaway where those three tabletops are. but the mud is still being pushed around, still being moved around, and it's still quite moist out there. In fact, I think there's 2 spots where there might be a little bit of standing water.
There's a little bit out there. You're seeing a lot of it as they splash through, but they're drying it up pretty quick as the racing runs through here. But one thing you'll see starting to develop, you can see some of it right here. There's a little bit of ruts. There's going to be some braking bumps. It's definitely going to work these cars a little bit, especially, too, in these youth races that you'll see coming up throughout the day. But I promise you, it's not going to slow anybody down. I'm excited. We got some great pro racing coming up later today. So if you're tuned in at home, definitely don't go anywhere.
Yeah, my boys are in town. Yellow flag is out. Let's see.
Yep,
there we
right
go.
There.
Is that a car?
That's the 56. I think that's Sides.
Oh, no. Tanya Sides is checked in. She goes, let's go, Avery. 56. Push it, girl. Well, I think she was. But now on the side of the track with some sort of mechanical issue.
Back up front, 63 at Code St. Peter. Nice and clean. That's one of the benefits of being out front is you stay clean. Mm-hmm. If you'll see these cars coming by here in a minute, you will see Paxton Yoshimoto in that second position. He's taking some roots. The front of that car pretty dirty out there. But one thing I want to notice is it doesn't look that bad on the track. Everything looks to be tacking up really good. Traction looks pretty solid out there. Code St. Peter looks extremely fast out there.
Well, once you get some of these bigger cars, these bigger classes out onto the track, you're going to see a lot more side-by-side action. And you can guarantee the aggressiveness. They're going to force the issue, try to make some passes. And it's just going to force them to go up into that rough, kind of gloppy outside lines here and there.
Great shot from our drones as we head into the back section of the track around the sweeper here. That looks like Yoshimoto right there coming through right in front of us.
You saw an aerial shot of the racetrack, all that standing water. If you would have told or asked me yesterday or said yesterday that we were going to be racing today, I don't see that happening. But
and there you see,
here we are, yeah.
There you see Code going through one of those sections right there. There is some water still on the track. There you see Yoshimoto taking that
right down
Sargent
the middle
method right down the middle, wide open. So, oh, see, those are those ruts we're talking about right there. Code coming around and catching that rear tire in one, rocking that car a little bit. Those are the things that as this race goes on and as these things develop, you'll see those ruts. Those ruts will be things that drivers try to figure out where they are and dodge those because they can get that car up on 2 wheels. The other thing it could possibly do is mess you up on a tire or something like that. It looks like Code definitely found the mud. The whole side of the car right there is a new shade of brown.
Yeah, the white flag will be coming out this time by. In fact, this is all really a brand new dirt surface on this racetrack. They brought in a ton of clay. I think this is only the 3rd race on this clay, and clay needs to settle in. It needs to compact, and it usually takes a year or 2 years to really grip the ground underneath it. And so what you're seeing is that clay is still moving around. They'll work on it during the off season and pack it down and try to get it to grip and settle in. And next year, you're going to see less and less and less of those grooves, or I should say ruts.
Well, the track crews had their work cut out for them. We've been up here several weekends, and they've been up here working, and it has been quite the undertaking for them.
Yeah.
But white flag is out. Code St. Peter still leading the charge. There you see Kennedy Singleton taking the white flag right there, the 71 machine, running in 3rd position right now on the track. Looks like Paxton Yoshimoto may be having some problems on the track.
You know what? Do you think that
didn't even complete the last lap there?
It started right after he went right down that middle of that big old water section.
May not have been the way to do it there for Paxton Yoshimoto.
Maybe something in the clutch, the belt, who knows when you go through water like that.
Code St. Peter charging a 154.8 fastest lap right now for Code St. Peter out there. Last time around he was a 2:15. Oh, no. Code stopped on the side of the track. Not exactly sure what's going on. This is what we talked about.
This is the
leader, Tanner Thompson, is taking over the front spot. You don't Scott, you said it best right there. You don't see this happen very often. Not sure what happened right there. This is not what the St. Peter's wanted to have happen in their camp. Code is hopefully going to get that car started and be able to salvage this. Tanner Thompson capitalizing on the last lap. He raced it all the way to the end. The Code is still stopped on the track. That is the big story right now. Code St. Peter, someone that you never see in these situations, is sitting on the side of the track. Not sure what's going on right now with Code, but hopefully they can get that car going. I'm sure him and his dad are having a great conversation right now on the comms. But back up front, the Mid-America Outdoors Ambassador 21 machine of Tanner Thompson, capitalizing on the situation and moving straight up to the front of the pack.
You ever see him get excited?
Do what?
You ever see him get excited? He's always just staring at you, calm, cool, collect.
Well, I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't care how you do it. If you beat Code St. Peter, that's a pretty big feat, and he just took the white flag right here. So one more lap. Okay. One more lap around. Tanner Thompson looking sharp. There is Kennedy Singleton now. Kennedy Singleton also moving up, and there's the checkered flag coming out.
Yeah, there's Tanner Thompson's the winner. This is all unofficial. There's something going on.
Unofficial.
Yeah, everything is unofficial.
We're officially unofficial.
But our call is that Tanner Thompson was the first one across the line.
So Tanner Thompson will take the win right there. I know there's a little bit of confusion on what you saw on the screen, but for sure, Tanner Thompson was around there, took that white flag. Should have been a checkered right there. So Tanner Thompson is your winner. Kennedy Singleton will get that second position. And there's Code St. Peter, unfortunately, still sitting on the side of the track back there. We'll get our recovery team to come down and pick him up.
Ever get back going again?
Paxton Yoshimoto also off the track. Well, let me tell you that is not something you see often with Code St. Peter going out. You know, Tanner Thompson definitely no stranger to the front. So Tanner Thompson getting the win. We like to see that. Congratulations to him. We also saw Paxton Yoshimoto fall somewhere off the track. We're not sure where Paxton is, but that was the battle, Paxton and Code St. Peter. So for both of them to have an issue here on the track, there you see the 47Y, Maggie Flores.
Yeah.
But for both of them to have an issue like that, it's kind of a unique situation. It definitely helps Code and Paxton, who are battling right there. So both of them not getting the best result they wanted right here in U250 Modified. But if I do know anything, they both got great teams behind them. They're going to try to figure out how to get those cars fixed, whatever that issue will be.
His dad's going to just tear that thing apart and make sure it's ready for the next round, and probably prepare it for wet conditions again if that happens. I can't help but think that both our top cars fell out of the race because of not just the muddy conditions but the wet conditions.
Well, there you see Tanner Thompson coming around. He got a little victory lap there around the track.
And the thing is, did I see that right? Oh, Code St. Peter ended up finishing in fourth. Okay, Maggie Flores.
Well, there's our handy unofficial results right here for U250 Modified. So we may have a little bit of an issue on there, but Tanner Thompson, Kennedy Singleton for sure, 1 and 2. There's Maggie Flores, Code St. Peter, Paxton Yoshimoto, Avery Sides, and Axel Gillespie is the way your U250 Modified will unofficially end. Results presented to you by Handy. Best way to elevate your day is with a Handy.
Getting ready now for will be the youth production stock will be the next race on the track. And, God, I just love those aerial shots, man. It's like you got that red clay out there contrasting with the beautiful green trees and the leaves. Well, it looks like as they're clearing the track with all these race cars, a little bit of track prep. We'll be right back with more racing action. Coming up next will be the youth production stock A-Main.
lightweight, agile, and strong, the pit bull is perfect for the job. The pit bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo. From Ultra 4 to rallies. These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back. We are here, Mid-America Outdoors, MAO Racing, Speed Sport, bringing all the action to you at home. We hope you're tuned in with us. I'm sitting here with my man Scott Rain, and we're having a lot of fun, aren't we, Scott?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love the fact that the track is changing, and yet the drivers are adapting to it, and everyone is doing a hell of a job. And this is a brand new track for them because there's so many changes in the track structure itself.
Well, let me tell you, Carson Hill is coming up in this race right here. This is my man. He is out of Broken Hill, Oklahoma, racing in that youth stock and limited class. Carson is no stranger to the spotlight. Got some of the coolest hair out there in the park, and he's also leading the charge in points right now. So big race for Carson coming up right here. He wants to further extend that lead and try to take this championship home. We've got round 6 today. Round 7 will be coming up, and that'll be the finals for these guys. So
they recognize it. They know there's only limited chances left for this championship.
Yeah, they do, and they're going to give them a little sight lap if you're at home watching, trying to figure out exactly if this is the slowest race you've ever seen or what's going on screen. They're just giving them a sight lap. They're going to show them around. They run a little bit of a reduced course for some of these cars, and you'll see them line up. There's TW. He's going to get them all staged up and ready to go right there.
This is going to be a
youth
11 cars. This is going to be a large
stock race. Yeah, this will be a big race right here. 2 rows. There you see them lining up.
Yeah, how many race cars can you muscle around like that and get them in line?
We are getting them lined up and ready to go. Youth production stock action coming your way.
Yep.
Here is the grid lineup for youth production stock. So we're going to see Emily Fowler, Lane Plummer, Caden Vanover, Harper Hess, Heston Hess, Piper Doublehead, Tyson Raby, Ellie Lindemood, Gunnar Totten. There's Carson Hill, the 126 we just talked about. Kane Brazino, Axel Dreher, and Ashton Dreher rounding out your field. And that is the Ultimax grid lineup. We're going to get them all staged and ready.
Carson actually starting in the second row?
I believe he's on the front row right there. There you see the 126.
Okay, there he is. Actually on the outside, will be the outside of...
there you see Caden Vanover in the 22 car. Looks like Caden's going to be potentially in a third row. We are getting it all staged up and ready. The track crew down there does an excellent job of making these starts perfect, lining them up. Nobody's in front of anybody. We're going to get everybody squared up side by side and kick off this youth production stock battle race number 1 for them today.
Once again, a nice drone shot. Those guys are busy.
Man, they're doing a great job out there for sure.
They're getting
bringing some
like
of the
a
best
NASCAR
viewing
team
angles.
changing tires.
Yeah,
they'll come in, land, change batteries, and send them out like right away.
That's right. Bringing all the action to everyone at home tuned in. We hope you guys are watching from home. Scott's told you a few times. You got anybody you want to give a shout out to,
Yeah,
or
got a couple
any
here.
questions for us? Shoot them that way on that live feed.
Carson's actually pretty popular right now. Kendra Blevins hoop. This is Go Carson. Penny Sherwood, same thing. Bring it home, little buddy. Singleton Bunch is watching us right now. Debbie Powell. Boy, Carson, is he buying fans or what? Man, they're all for Carson right now.
Pretty famous.
Patton is watching us. All right. Penny Sherwood once again. Go Carson Hill. Man. So, yeah, if you had any questions for Matt or I of what's going on, please let us know. We'll do our best to answer them for you. You can see actually the VIP area right there in the edge of the track.
That is the best viewing area on the property.
Yes.
If you're out here and you'll see that hill right there, the whole hillside will be completely full later when you get to see these pro classes run, especially these trucks that we've got out here this weekend, the Pro 2s and Pro 4s. So, man, what a big weekend. We're super excited to have everyone out here for round 6. The sun is shining today. We've got a lot of very special guests in the park, and we're glad to be racing. We're excited to be putting on a show for everybody here today, whether you're at home watching or here with us. If you're not here with us in person, we want you to come out and see what we got out here at Mid-America Outdoors.
Hey, I got Ken Kirk asking a question right now. He just tuned in, wants to know how many laps.
I believe they're going to run 4.
Oh, is it 4?
Yeah, they'll run 4 laps in this youth production stock.
That's
and
race
then
5
obviously
today.
we'll bump that lap count up when you get into some of the bigger cars later on, and as the day goes on, some of the turbo cars and the NA cars. So, but 4 laps of youth production stock getting ready to go. There's TW. He's going to walk down the line.
One final thumbs up.
Make sure everybody's good and ready to go. He's got that green flag. There it is.
Wow.
Carson Hill trying to get the jump. It looks like Plummer may have the inside line jump on him right here. Or is that Emily Fowler? Not sure who that is right there, but that was the 7:23. That's Emily Fowler making the move, jumping out to the early lead over Carson Hill. Carson trying to take the inside line right here. See if he's got the drive up the hill. Looks like he does. Check him out. That's what we talked about. If you get outside of that main line and you get into that soft stuff on the edge, it's really hard, especially for these youth production stock cars right here. You saw some of them getting a little too wide there. And now you see the 126 taking back over the lead. That's Carson Hill, your points leader. And there is Emily Fowler in that second position. So we'll see if Carson's got what it takes to finish out this race strong and take home this win. A 50.13, I believe, right there. 3-1, actually, for Carson. And there you see our track crew guiding them around this abbreviated track for sure. Carson Hill on the gas. Emily Fowler. There's Harper Hess running in third on the track. Gunnar Totten in the 4th position. And then there's Heston Hess rounding out your top 5 right there.
So Carson actually was first up the line, jumped the green really, really nice, timed it great. But going into that first turn, Emily was able to get around him before they got to turn 1. And then all of a sudden you got Carson Hill coming back to the front. And I want to let you know that Will Harris has checked in. Wants to know what's going on. How's Matt and Scott doing?
We're doing great. Will, how are you doing?
Yeah.
Well, one thing I want to talk about right here, Scott, we're watching on the track. I want you guys to keep an eye on this yellow car, the 22 of Caden Vanover. Started on the 3rd row.
Yeah, by himself.
Has made his way all the way up into, looks like the 6th spot to battle with Heston Hess right in front. So we'll see how far Caden Vanover can make this drive and get up to the front of the pack, but he's doing a great job so far.
Oh, look at
there
this.
There you see him charging on the inside, making up a spot right there. So going around Heston Hess, it looks like, so setting his sights now on the 24 of Harper Hess. But big charge right here out of Caden Vanover. Keep your eyes on that yellow car right now on the track. It is making all the moves.
There's just a little less than 2 laps remaining, and there's a shot for Vanover to get on that podium. There's a couple
Absolutely.
cars right in front. Yeah.
Harper Hess not letting Vanover get around, though. Driving a great race right here, protecting her line.
There's not a lot you can do with the production stock car.
Nope.
You can work on the clutch. You can work on the clutch springs, work on the shocks, that kind of thing. Who we got
Unfortunately,
here?
that looks like the number 7, I believe. Not really sure. We'll see. And there is Carson Hill coming around, slowing down as he goes around that caution traffic right there on the track. We've got white flag coming out right now. And there you see, we'll see if Vanover trying to make another move right here. Going to be on the outside of the 24. There, he got it. Slid right in to
One
that
more
spot.
spot
So
for a podium.
Caden Vanover's in 4th right now, so if he can catch up to Gunnar Totten, you'll see Caden Vanover go from the 3rd row to the 3rd spot.
It's going to be a long way to go on the flag lap as we once again go back up front to Carson Hill. Gosh, I like to look at that car.
The 126 looking nice and clean out front. Carson lost the lead for just 1 second there to Emily Fowler and jumped back out there, took it right back over and hasn't looked back. He's led the way all the way to this moment. Checkered flag for my man Carson Hill. We talked about him right before the race started. He showed us how to get it done right there. And now we got Emily Fowler coming across right there in the 2nd position. And it does look like, well, no, he didn't get it done there. It looks like Gunnar Totten going to take that 3rd spot on the track, holding off the hard charge from Caden Vanover. There's a 22
nice
coming
job.
across. That was a great drive right there for Caden Vanover.
Really nice job.
What a race right there. So we'll get some unofficial results as these drivers continue to make their way through the checkered flag right there, your youth production stock race. This was an incredible race. Carson Hill, another great showing for him, coming out, getting the job done, taking home that top spot. Did not let that pass at the very beginning of the race affect him at all.
Yeah. But then again, I also like the fact, I really love the Emily Fowler's drive through this. She, had the lead momentarily, fell back to 2nd, and just hung on, fought back, and hung on to that thing the entire race. So nice job being in the 2nd spot on that podium, along with Gunnar Totten will round out that podium in 3rd spot. But right now, what if he started in the front row?
Yep, exactly.
Gosh darn it.
I mean, I think we could definitely see some things change, and there you see the handy unofficial results. Carson Hill, top spot, like we've been talking about. Emily Fowler in that 2nd spot. And there is Gunnar Totten rounding out your top 3. Caden Vanover in 4th. Ashton Dreher, Harper Hess, Heston Hess, Axel Dreher, Lane Plummer, and Piper Doublehead. There's Tyson Raby, Kane Brazino, and Ellie Lindemood rounding out your field in the unofficial results of Youth Production Stock, presented to you by Handy. And there you see this beautiful, beautiful facility out here at Mid-America Outdoors.
Well, it looks like, we got pro racing coming up next. We're going to step aside real quick, talk to some of our sponsors, show you who's behind us here at MAO. We'll be back with pros coming up next.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Mid-America Outdoors. It is round 6 of the side-by-side championship, round 6 of 7. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're in Jay, Oklahoma. Mid-America Outdoors, round 6 of the side-by-side championships. I'm Ken Stout. Pam Hall joins me here at the desk. And once again, we have a new configuration here for the racetrack. It's going to throw everybody something a little different here today, primarily because nobody has seen this track, Pam.
Exactly, and they have changed our rhythm section, our non-rhythm section into tabletops. It's just a completely different track out there, and the conditions that we had yesterday, obviously nobody could go on it, but here we are. They're getting to see it for the first time.
That is exactly right. You can see them trying to clear out some of the mud down there in the bottom. They will not be using that portion of the track, but we're going to show you what this track looks like. We're also excited here inside of the booth as well to see what this thing looks like. So nobody better to take us around there than one, Mr. Kanan Baker. Let's go for a ride around here. And that is a great lap around this new course here. Once again, redesigned just a little bit. And, of course, Kanan Baker, the last winner that we had here, round number 5. So we can certainly get around there. I love it. A little bit of everything there. Some big jumps that have been incorporated into the back, as you saw there, Pam. And then, of course, that last section is really a rhythm section, if you will. You get into the flow of the left-hander, the right-hander, the left-hander, the right-hander, you know, and carry that speed in there. And you can see him really setting up and rotating the car nicely, which, of course, means the car needs to be set up to rotate as well.
Yeah, it kind of felt like we were playing a video game there for just a moment, didn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, a little bit earlier today, Pam was busy out there, and she had a chance to catch up with our points leader, Owen Van Eperen.
I am here with Owen Van Eperen. Owen races in our Pro NA class, and Owen, you have 2 points right now that's separating you for the lead right now, and then Chase Carr in second position. It's going to be down to the wire this weekend, so do you have any strategies that you have for yourself?
Nah, it's just going to be keep doing what I've been doing. I mean, ever since the first round, we've just been kind of clicking laps off and doing our thing, and that's the goal for this weekend, is just to try and get a good qualifying and then just keep on going from there. So hopefully that pans out and end up on top of the box, but it doesn't always go as planned, so we'll see what happens.
Well, and you're going to get a lot of seat time out there this weekend, because besides racing for MAO this weekend, you're also racing for Champ. You're running 4th in points for Champ, so that's got to be key, and that's got to be an advantage to you.
Yeah, for sure. I actually think it's a pretty big advantage in the Champ Series, because I've been racing out here with the Pro and A guys all year, and this is the first time champs come here. So it's going to be interesting to see how quick they catch on to the track when I've already been on the track a bunch, but we'll see what we can do.
Well, it's going to be an exciting weekend. Cannot wait to see you out there on the track this weekend. Besides practice, qualifying, and all the seat time, you got a very good chance out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so good luck out there.
Nice job, Pam. Of course, that points battle very tight. Without the drop, the separation is 2 points. With the drop, it stays at about 2 points. So we'll see how things work out here between Owen Van Eperen and Chase Carr. It's going to be a great battle here for this championship with a couple of rounds yet to go and a lot of racing yet to go as well. Well, the sun is out. The track is drying. It's going to get better and better all day long. Stay with us. When we come back, we're going to turn them loose. And once again, welcome back to Mid-America Outdoors. As you can see, a lot of fans out there looking on as well here this morning. It is a beautiful day here in Jay, Oklahoma. Ken Stout and Pam Hall sitting right alongside. And the third member of our team is going to be a longtime friend and a longtime broadcaster in the short course off-road industry. We welcome in Mr. Scott Rain. Scott, what you got, buddy?
Hey guys, I've been up in the booth all morning long, been watching these track conditions, and right now I'm trackside. The track conditions are beautiful. The weather is fantastic. You've got the pro drivers up there right now ready to come down from staging, and I'm expecting a super, super exciting race, especially with Owen Van Eperen coming all the way from Green Bay, Wisconsin, our current points leader. We're going to see what he can do off the start with this race. This is going to be very cool.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Yeah, appreciate that. As we talk about these cars, we call them Pro NA, and of course the naturally aspirated vehicles is what NA refers to, which means no power adders. You can't have turbochargers, superchargers, nitrous oxide, those types of power adders. So it is just all engine, if you will. They weigh in at 1,650 pounds. A lot of Polaris out here, of course. The Yamahas have infiltrated as well, and of course Owen Van Eperen on one of those Yamahas. So we'll keep an eye on that. Chase Carr in this battle as well. Cross Kirchmeier, third in the points. Sean Hess. We talked about Kanan Baker. Kanan Baker came out here and swept in round number 5, not just in Pro and A, but in Pro Turbo as well. I mean, he was absolutely on fire.
Yes, something kicked up that weekend for him for sure, because he did have a rough start to the year, but coming out here that weekend, like you just said, and sweeping it was an awesome weekend for him. But like we were talking about earlier, it's a brand new track out there for everybody right now. But watching his onboard camera, you know, you can see that he was pushing the limits to see how hard he can actually take the new jumps that we have out there, because there are some kickers on them as well. They made them kind of more of a lip on some of those tabletops, and yeah, you got to definitely make sure you're practicing and learning how to take the speed, because that can definitely throw off your whole entire race.
Yeah, no question. And you could see, obviously, the early morning practice laps. The track was really soggy, as Scott just referred to. It's drying out quickly here. Sun is out. Supposed to go to 90 degrees here today. The breeze is blowing as you take a look at the flag, so that will help dry things out there. A little track grooming going on. We will not be using the under part of that over-under right there, but they're doing some maintenance nonetheless to relieve some of the water. So we're looking forward to this race. No question about that, because as we saw Kanan running around this track with it being a little bit wet, he had to be careful not to turn that car sideways going off the face of a jump. So we'll see if he can square that thing up. I expect him to carry a lot more air once they get at speed and when they have some grip. All right, and once again, we will take a quick break right here. Stay with us. We're in Jay, Oklahoma, round 6 of the Mid-America Outdoors Side-by-Side Championship.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets, down to the low side, retake the lead! Dirt late models or demolition derby. Oh! Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Are you kidding me? Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back to Mid-America Outdoors. We are racing here, side-by-side championship, round number 6. Pro NA coming up here next. They are lined up and ready to make some noise here. As you can see, they're on the starting line. So we'll start them off side-by-side like we have done pretty much all year long. Bring them around here to the start-finish and turn them loose. So my guess is they are lining them up based on points since there was no practice or qualifying time.
Yes, correct. We were discussing that this morning in drivers' meeting. Because of the practice this morning, not everybody went out there. They couldn't go off at times for that. So they are doing the rolling start, which actually a lot of the drivers do prefer the rolling start. And I know we always have this discussion as well. But doing the rolling start for the pro classes is something different that we have done also from last year to this year. And it makes it very interesting.
So as we take a look at our starting lineup here to give you the top 6, Owen Van Everett in the number 5, Yamaha. Right beside him is Chase Carr in the 913 out of Lake Elsinore, California. Cross Kirchmeier in the 75 is in the next row there, alongside the number 22 of Sean Hess out of Munster, Texas. Then the 21 of Kanan Baker, hot off of round number 5, and he'll line up next to Colin Truitt in number 17 car, who was really on fire earlier on the season. Of course, a former champion as well, stumbled a couple of times, but they've made some changes to that car. He showed some speed in the last round. Unfortunately, still had some trouble, so we'll see if he can get things turned around, but very fast as well.
And yes, and then we do have in that number 7 spot, we have the 99 of Kyler Holcomb. And then in the 8th position, the number 43 of Tyler Rimreed. And Tyler Rimreed's getting a lot of seat time as well. He's racing in all different kinds of vehicles. And then we do have in the 9th position, Eddie Ensign in the number 95. And the one and only Mr. Carson Bell, our Mid-America ambassador, in the 999 in that 10th position.
Yeah, we go on to see Chad Mayo back there, Aliana Baker. That is the sister of Kanan, Lake Edwards, Aaron Crevasse, Ray Barnes, Jeb Boodle, and Josh Baer. Jeb Boodle, by the way, you see him down there based on points, not very strong here, but he is a player. He is currently 3rd in the points in the Champ Series. Champ Series is here this weekend. We are running in conjunction with them, so we have a few crossovers, some pretty big players as well. So Jeb Boodle, one of those players, very fast. He's had 5 podium finishes, has yet to win, but he's finished 2nd 5 times over there with Champ. So very, very fast driver there in the back of the field.
Yeah, so Jeb Boodle, speaking of him, he has been running the Champ Series all season long. In 2022, he was out here racing, so the track has completely changed since he has been here. But we do see our drivers are doing that rolling around to get to the start line, and they are getting paraded around, not the whole entire lap, though.
All right, we want to talk about Chase Carr here just a little bit. Just 2 points back behind Owen Van Eperen. Stumbled in the first overall round, finishing up 14th. But since then, he's finished third. He's finished second. He had a first-place overall finish in round number 4 and finished third again at round 5. Ooh, man, take a look at the sippy hole out there, by the way.
Oh, wow. Talk about a pond in the middle of the track.
Good luck with that one. They better get them single file before they run through the sippy hole. That's going to be interesting. But Chase Carr is one of our featured drivers here.
Yes, and that area that we were just looking at with all that water, when we were watching Kanan Baker's on board, I'm wondering if that's the section that he went through where he
kind of turned it sideways and went over the jump and purposely went around that. So clearly saw it on his first lap. We were watching him on the second or third lap. But, that's a big obstacle, no doubt, as Mother Nature dealt us a pretty tough card one day ago. I'm telling you, there was a deluge of water that came down off and on all day long. And finally, about 3 o'clock, 3:30, the sun came out, and we've been dry ever since. But boy, oh boy, did we get a bunch of water. Producer Jared Sells, sitting in the truck next to us, just in our ears, said 6 inches of water in the last 2 days. So,
and with talking to Jason Robinette, the gentleman who does not know, he is the owner of this whole facility that we're at. He said there has not been any rain for the last 6 weeks, and then all of a sudden
it's race weekend.
Exactly. I mean, Mother Nature.
It's the MO all year long. We've lost the opening day every single round, I think. So it's been crazy as, once again, you take a look.
Yes, it's been definitely very interesting this whole entire weekend, but it's been a great weekend. I mean, yesterday, let's talk about this for a minute before we take our start line. We are on a rain delay yesterday, could not do any qualifying, doing any practice. So guess what we did? The Mid-America whole entire crew wants to make it a fun, family-friendly weekend, so the pool was open, even though there was rain at the beginning. But we had the Pool Olympics. They did a belly flop competition, so there was lots of action yesterday, even though we were not racing.
Yeah, I heard the Andersons, RJ and Ronnie, were over there doing what the Andersons do, always having a lot of fun. And I loved what Jason Robinette, as you talked about before, the president here of this complex, said. He said, you know what, Mother Nature's throwing us some lemons, and we're gonna make lemonade out of it.
Right.
So pizza party, pool party it is. All right, enough of that. Let's go racing here. Pro NA, that is your points leader, and second right beside him, the number 5 Yamaha of Owen Van Eperen. Green flag is out. 5 laps to go here inside of this one. As you can see, the course is pretty long. Everybody making their way through turn number 1, trying to find some grip.
Yes, and Owen Van Eperen out front, getting that whole shot with Chase Carr very closely behind him, though. That the turn they're going into right now, it is a very steep turn, as you can tell we saw on the onboard. But Owen Van Eperen out front, leading the pack.
Tire choice very critical here, and I'm kind of curious if some people made a change. I think Kanan Baker, when we talked about how fast he was, as you see him going over that first tabletop, here's the second tabletop. I fully expect those guys to clear that plateau before everything is said and done, as this track dries out and they get some more grip. But he had switched over to the Hoosier tire, and I'm wondering if something with a little more aggressive knob might be better here in this early race.
And that's where the tire game definitely comes in play, because there are other tire brands out there that have the knobbier tires like we have, but a lot of people run those Hoosier Bites. But look, they're hydroplaning through the water.
How about that, man? They just sail right through it on top if you got enough speed. That's actually pretty cool. Of course, the roost, if you're right behind somebody or beside somebody, is going to play a big issue with the face mask. And looks like the 717, unfortunately, there with issues right off the bat. That is Ray Barnes.
Oh, that's unfortunate already to be off to the side. But we do have, again, bicycling right there going into the turn.
And that's a really tricky turn, because it gets really light right in the center of the turn. It's basically like a small jump, if you will, and they're trying to turn left. All the momentum obviously going to the outside, gets up on the bike, but seasoned racer here as well. So very, very used to it. Won't rattle him.
Yes, I mean, he's only 17 years old, and he has lead as well.
Yeah, he's also crossing over. He is running in both the NA class and the Turbo class with Champ. So busy weekend here for Owen Van Eperen. Kanan Baker. We see it looks like time and scoring has Kanan Baker up into second place. So nice run for him, starting off in the 5th position.
Well, I wonder if he's going to continue on with his success from round 5 and try to catch up there with Owen Van Eperen, because now he is in that number 2 spot. His lap time was a 1:48.501, but Owen Van Eperen has the fastest lap so far of the race at a 1:46.278.
Yeah, I just saw Kanan launch it up over that first jump there, kind of nose down a little bit. So you mentioned a kicker off that first one. It can be adjusted with dampers. It can also be adjusted with the driver's right foot and, of course, the left foot on the brake. So they'll have some options there. And he'll know if he had a good, clean run at it or not, too. Sometimes if you get off the throttle a little bit earlier, it'll nosedive on you.
Yes, I can't quite make out who that is. I think that was Kanan Baker just now came off that jump going a little bit sideways, but there are some battles going out on race course right now. Looks like it will be between the number 6 and 7 car. That is Chase Carr and Colin Truitt right there going through our big Talladega turn.
Yeah, and Colin Truitt right down a little bit shorter distance, did not use the banking. Colin Truitt, as we talked about before, very fast out here. Former champion, made a number of changes to the car and showing some speed here, much like he did in round number 5. But again, had a couple of mechanicals that bit him, but the car was fast.
And Chase Carr looks like he's dropping back just a bit. It looks like he might have a right or a driver front flat going down. It kind of looked like to me, not quite sure, but he is dropping back just a little bit.
See if we can keep an eye on the, that left front does look soft. Yeah, I agree 100% there. So that left front has gone flat, and horrible timing there for Chase Carr, of course, being in the thick of this championship.
Very unfortunate for him. I mean, when you're running for the championship, you're pushing your driving as hard as you can, but you cannot help it when you get a flat tire. I mean, you can only push your car so far before it's done. And we have the 41. There's Boodle right there on the side.
Yeah, and boy, I hope that's not the announcer's jinx, right? Talking about how good he is, and he really is very, very talented, but something clearly bit him there. You can see that heavy loam and mud up there at the top.
Yes.
So if he got up in there and had any angle in the car, it'll launch him.
Well, and we did see Owen earlier bicycle just a little bit, but that was Gus Fisher making sure he was all good. I looked like I saw a thumbs up. So Gus Fisher, big part of this park out here, making sure all of our drivers are safe out on race course.
Owen Van Eperen still out front here so far. Kanan Baker trying to track him down.
And here we are. Let's just talk about Gus for just a moment. He came out here this morning at 6:30 in the morning to come out and look at the track, and he was surprised, actually talking to him down by the start line earlier, that the track was actually as good as it was. So he is the one who actually made the main call for us to be out on course today. Oh, and here we have Owen Van Eperen just slowing down for the caution flag.
Yeah, so a local caution right there through that turn. And they'll get back underway here. Talking about Owen Van Eperen as we take a look at our leader here. Won the opening round and won round number 2. And then a big stumble in round number 3. They hurt an engine. He finished 18th in the first race and 8th in the second race with basically a stock engine. Mandatory caution coming out here. We'll bunch them all back up. But he finished 13th overall. That opened up the door for Chase Carr, who had finished 14th overall in the opening round and rebounded with a third, a second, and a first. So that's why the points were separated by just 2 coming in here. It's been a great battle between the 2 cars. But as you documented a little bit earlier, Chase Carr struggling here with that flat tire. And Kanan Baker still very, very fast, much like he was in round number 5 and now in the back bumper of Owen.
Exactly, and right before that mandatory caution just now, or the competition yellow came out, Kanan was actually closing the gap quite a bit on Owen. So, Kanan right now is very thankful for having this caution flag. And it looked like that was Colin Truitt, looked like pulling off to the side just now. So that will be very unfortunate as well for Colin Truitt.
And he has just been snake bit this year.
Yes.
Despite his best efforts, and sometimes it just goes that way. 2 drastically different combinations here in first and second as we take a look at them. Of course, the Yamaha for Owen Van Eperen is manually shifted, and then the car right behind him, that's going to be a CVT-style clutch. No shifting whatsoever. Stand on the throttle, and it takes care of itself. Chase Carr, from what we're being told, has decided not to pit. Of course, would lose a lot of track position there if he did so. Man, I just don't know.
This is all about strategy.
Tough call, right?
Tough call because, he could, if he can hang and hold that spot that he is in right now in that third position, which I don't foresee that with having the flat tire going down on that driver front, because we have so many tight corners on here. Having those, tires going flat in the front is not an advantage whatsoever, because it'll make it obviously harder to make their turns.
Yeah, Kyler Holcomb right behind him, 24 years of age, out of Texas, and finished up on the podium in round number 1. He's finished 4th overall. He's finished 6th overall. So, I mean, he's no slouch. Point being is, if there's any weakness there in front of him, he's going to take full advantage of it. Sean Hess right behind him. So a couple of players there that will certainly love to make him pay.
And let's look at this. We have Carson Bell, who's moved up into that number 6 spot. He's had a tough year as well. I mean, he's usually one out there. He moved up into the Pro and A class this year, but he has had a very rough year, and he was questioning coming out here and racing, but here he is out here more than likely having a blast. But look at the cars right now, all the mud that's on them. Lots of cleaning to go on before they have to put them back in their race trailers after this weekend.
Well, of course, typically we would run 2 races in the same day. With this schedule that we have, with Champ being running their series as well in conjunction this weekend, they will have that luxury tonight to clean the car, get things prepped and ready to go out here for tomorrow's race.
It'd be interesting to see how much teardown the pro classes are going to do, because the pro guys, obviously, that's why they're a pro. They do 100% teardown usually between races, and it'd be interesting to see in the pits tonight if people are actually going to be doing any of that.
Yeah, it's at least in years gone by, whenever we competed on a 2-day format, which is really what it was typically, there's some maintenance that has to be done, but certainly not 100% teardown like you were saying. But there are the critical items that need to be looked at after every single race that they will go in, and of course cleaning the car is really important as well. It'll take them a number of hours. If everything is perfect, they'll have a good 5-6 hours worth of work to get those things ready to go for tomorrow.
And that's when you're hoping you have a lot of people in your pit area to help wrench on the car. Or sometimes when racers actually end up out of the race for any kind of reason, if they know that they cannot get their car back together after working on it, they'll go and they'll help their other players that they're against normally out on racetrack. But it's pretty cool to see teams do come together like that. But there we do, Kanan Baker in that number 2 spot. Let's talk about Kanan Baker for just a minute. He races in the Pro and A class. He races in the Pro Turbo class. But outside of Mid-America Outdoors, he also races in the Nitro Cross. He started doing that this year. He's been doing very, very well at that. He also races in the Pro Lights as well. He raced our series this year, our new series. And then he also will be racing in the Pro Light later on with Champ, just because, they're here. Why not? We're talking about crossover. And
he's going to run side-by-sides with Champ as well.
Exactly.
So he's excited about running in the, what they call it, Pro Stock over there, which is, there's a good look at Chase Carr's flat left front, by the way. But they call it Pro Stock over there. There is a big difference between the Pro Stock class over there and our Pro NA class here. You're allowed a built-in motor here. They can alter the internals inside. They can't make the engine any bigger, still 1,000 cc's, but they can alter pistons and stuff like that inside of these things to make some more power. Over there, they are not. They have to run a stock one. So here we go. Recon lap here. Once our mandatory caution lap, I should say, complete. Once again, we will hand the field over to the number 5 Yamaha backed machine of Owen Van Epperen. Kanan on the back bumper. Green flag is out. Chase Carr right there on the throttle as well, trying to keep pace with that flat left front tire. And already sticking a nose inside of Kanan Baker.
Wow, that was amazing to see. And I was wondering, he knows he's limping his car around this racetrack, but he is not letting up whatsoever. I was wondering if he would move over and let the drivers go by, but I guess when you're in race mode, you are not ever going to let cars go by.
Clearly he is going to fight for every inch that he can get out here in the hunt for the championship. Decided not to make the change. A lot of left-hand turns out here. It's really the right-handers that would affect him, but this track is predominantly left-hand turns, so he can still carry a lot of speed, and if he can finish up inside of the top 5, maybe the day isn't so bad. Maybe it's a good decision. Could he scrap from last up to the top 5 in 2 laps? That's a tough call.
Yeah, very tough call for sure. He looks like he has already been passed by Kyler Holcomb. I believe that is who it was. So here we are, a race for 1 and 2, and then we have a race for 3rd and 4th. But going through that right there, you were saying earlier, you do not want to be the person in the roost in that water, because you hopefully have a lot of tear-offs on your visor if you are in behind somebody.
Yeah, Kanan Baker just ate a bunch of it. He tried to get to the outside, but was still right there in the splash. A little moment there as he got a little offline and got out there in the rough stuff, and now Owen Van Epperen able to drive away. Talked about the manually shifted car there for the Yamaha, so Owen's a good bit busier in there with his hands. Again, riding up on the bike just a little bit. That's all you can get out of one right there when they're doing that.
Yes, and it definitely will kill your lap time just a little bit, but Kanan Baker is still closing the gap once he got back in rhythm. Now right here, normally we have 3 of those S-turns on the backstretch. We have cut one of those out, and when they come out of the second one, we do have a tabletop jump, but here we do have the white flag out.
1 lap yet to go. That is the battle for the lead right there. Kanan Baker trying to make it 3 in a row here, 3 race wins in a row here in the Pro NA category. It would effectively be his 5th since he won both in the Pro Turbo as well last time we were out here. But Owen Van Eperen looking to break that streak up right here, and he's got a good run in the Yamaha. Wow, what a big run there down the hill.
Yes, he does. He has had the fastest lap of the time today at 1:44.420. We were talking earlier about lap times, and we were guesstimating they were going to be about 150 because the laps, are decent size lengthwise. But here he is pulling a 144. I mean, the pro guys are going to definitely turn it up, and the track conditions are getting better and better, except for the little pond area coming up here in just a moment.
Yeah, we didn't have a chance to go out there and really measure the track, but we're estimating somewhere between 1.3 and 1.5 to 6 miles long. It's a long course. Again, sailing through that big sippy hole, if you will, and Owen Van Eperen, again, with a nice lead here, although when they get to the tight stuff here in the back, this is where Kanan starts to shine, but I see a little smoke out of the back of Kanan's car, maybe just hoping he can survive to the finish line here.
I mean, he's just got to get just a little bit longer. He's about halfway around, maybe a little less than halfway around to get that checkered flag, but he's already, he right here in the turns, S-turns right here, he actually seems to be closing the gap every single time, but maybe that comes down to, like you're saying, Owen Van Eperen has more of a, he's busier with his hands.
Well, and also I think the wheelbase is a little bit different there for Kanan's car. As you can see, just a little bit smaller, so it might rotate through that tight stuff a little bit better than the Yamaha is doing there, but it's one thing to catch him, it's another thing to pass him. And Owen Van Eperen puts together a perfect race here in the Pro NA to kick off his weekend in hopes of that championship, of course. So nice job for him. Kanan Baker started off 5th, jumps up into 2nd, and Kyler Holcomb with a nice effort here as well. He will jump up into 3rd place after starting off in 7th position. So nice run for Kyler Holcomb to round out the podium.
Yes, and then we have Sean Hess, who did finish in that number 4 spot. Chase Carr finishing almost the whole entire race with that driver front flat, and he's ended up in that number 5 position. Eddie Ensign in the number 95 in that 6th position. Carson Vell in the 999 in that 7th position. That's a great race by Carson Vell.
Yeah, Tyler Rimreed, Ileana Baker, Chad Mayo, Josh Baer, who also competes on the Champ Series as well. Aaron Cavase as well there. A little bit deeper in the pack in 12th position. So Chase Carr, I think he made a good decision given the tough predicament that he was in, but he ends up inside of the top 5, and he'll still have a shot at this thing, of course, in race number 2 tomorrow.
Definitely a good call, like you just said, for sure on that. He, driving a race with a flat tire, like we were saying, is definitely not fun. But here we do have the Pro NA handy results, our unofficial results.
Yeah, once again, Owen Van Eperen has been on the podium every single round here, with the exception of round 3 and 4, of course, in terms of the overall, I should say. So he's looking to solidify that and keep that points lead. Kanan Baker right there showing he still has a lot of speed. Kyler Holcomb, again on top of the podium. Sean Hess and Chase Carr in the hunt for this championship as well. Loses a couple points to Owen Van Eperen, but he'll have an opportunity to fight again tomorrow.
Yes, and then Eddie Ensign in that number 6, Carson Vell 7th, Tyler Rimreed 8th, Aliana Baker 9th, Chad Mayo in that 10th position.
And we go over here to the remainder of the field and find Josh Baer, Aaron Cavase, Lake Edwards, Cross Kirchmeyer with a tough race here, and Colin Truitt, Jeb Boodle, and Ray Barnes. So some really fast cars, unfortunately, at the end of the field here. Let's talk to our winner.
Oh, and I had a bird's eye view of you guys coming down from staging, lining up. This car was pristine. It was beautiful right off the showroom floor. Not so much anymore. What was the track like out there?
It was surprisingly good, except there was one spot right in the back section where there was a couple feet deep pond. That water was going everywhere. That was the only spot of the track that was wet. Other than that, track was perfect. There's actually a lot of traction out there. You got to watch it in the corners so you don't go up, but it was just super good race. You got out front and did consistent laps. Made a few mistakes that I got to clean up for tomorrow, and just keep doing what I'm doing. It was super good to get out front, get a win in this series, and move on to tomorrow.
Nice job, man.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Congrats to Owen Van Eperen here. Once again, solid race.
Very solid race. Very good kid. Over in his pit, getting to know him just a little bit more. I know I had to apologize because at the beginning of the year I had never met him, and I was 100% announcing his name wrong and everything. With your experience and knowing him, you corrected me. So
that's all good. The Van Eperens have been at it for a long time. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Yeah, so I'm running 2 different classes this season, really concentrating on over 50 turbo, where there's only 2 rounds left, and we're 1 point apart. Me, Mike Buckafusco, his name's a little hard to say, but he's as good a driver as his name is hard to say. We've been jumping back and forth. If you take our drop race away, I'm 1 point above. So we're back and forth, battling back and forth. Mother Nature has been winning a lot of this season. We've been having rainstorms and tornadoes and whatnot. But all through and all, we're having a great time, Mid-America. And we plan on coming out on top for sure.
And we welcome you back to Mid-America Outdoors. Rusty Pipes, just saw a little piece on him. Matt has joined me here in the booth, just covering until Scott Rain can get back in here. But Rusty Pipes is one of those personalities here at the park, man. He's a great dude.
He is a character. I mean, we enjoy all of these guys out here, but Rusty Pipes definitely stands out. You know, we've always given him a lot of grief. He's got the coolest name on the park.
Yeah,
for sure,
and it's a real
Pipes.
name.
Yeah,
People probably wondered it is a real name. So as you take a look at the lineup here for the Vet 40-plus turbo, by the way, not 50-plus as Rusty said right there, but Mike Bucafusco will lead everybody to the stripe here today in this first event for the Vet 40-plus turbo category.
Yeah, we've got, there you see, Mike Bucafusco, Rusty Pipes, Kevin Hall, Jeff Johnson, Sean Murphy, Matt Hecker, Mike Pritchard, Pablo Jimenez. There's our man Lee Knowles, Brandon Jessen, all out there. And then the second part of our group, Kendra Hoop, one of the fastest ladies out here on the property. She's running in this women's turbo division, and I'm telling you right now, she will battle it out with the guys out here.
Question.
She will beat them. So Vanover, Biarski, Watkins, Smith, and Chapman rounding out the ladies in women's turbo.
And Mia Chapman, great to have her here. She comes out of Arizona, has some experience, but first time I believe we've seen her all year long. So wishing the best for Mia. Glad they made the trip.
Yeah, and if you're at home watching, you're probably seeing this. This is a Vet 40-plus turbo and a women's turbo double gate. So we're going to start Vet 40-plus turbo first. Oh. Hey, Rusty, you got to put it in the other gear.
And it's so easy to do. Put it in reverse if you're trying to get yourself sorted there on the starting line and forget you're in reverse. So good thing he did that and got himself sorted out. The other thing you want to do is pull up on that steering wheel and make sure it's locked in.
That's right. That would be a bad situation on the start to lose that thing. So, but we're getting ready to send them right here, Vet 40-plus turbo, and then women's turbo. You see them right behind them there. And here's
Land rush
the
started.
jump.
Problems there for one of them at the front of the line and held up row 2.
Yeah, it sure looks like, too, that Rusty Pipes getting the jump right here. We'll see what scoring timing comes around with here if we see him. But there you see the battle we were just talking about with Mike Buckafusco and Rusty Pipes shaking up right here.
Early leader pulling off to the left-hand side just a little bit. Clearly having a mechanical there as Scott Rain will work his way back into the booth.
Yeah, we see the car off the side of the track right here. Here comes the second wave. The ladies taking off. Kendra Hoop with the big jump, charging out to the front. We got to make sure the ladies in this second group right here get all the attention out here. But they are on the gas and on the way. There you see that big pond in the back section of the track back there. That's claimed a few drivers, and we see the 41. That's Lee Knowles. He's getting a little squirrely out there. He just went off the side of the track, got a little bucked off the top there, and now back out front with our leader, Rusty Pipes, doing the thing there. 31, that's Matt Hecker. Got off the side of the track there. He'll try to get back on. Looks like we got another car off the side of the track right up there. But out in front for the ladies, Kendra Hoop making it happen. There you see the 41 of Lee Knowles battling with the 27 of Jeff Johnson right there. And now we're back out front with our leader, Rusty Pipes, the man himself. Scott, I'm not sure if you heard it when he first got out here. We did a little interview with Rusty Pipes, and you know, this is the Vet 40 Plus Turbo class, and I know these guys are getting up there in age, but he got a little confused and said it was the Vet 50 Plus Turbo class. So, we got a big rollover right here. We'll see who that is. There is the caution coming out. Can't see who that is. Car's on its side right there. But from where we're sitting, Rusty Pipes leading the way. Sean Murphy, Mike Buckafusco, 1, 2, and 3 in your Vet 40 Plus Turbo. And then you've got Kendra Hoop, Josie Watkins, and it looks like Mia Chapman running in your top 3 in your women's class. So the ladies are out here doing work. They're back over the top of the 41 of Lee Knowles right here. Lee's had some issues out here on the track earlier. We saw him go off. Now he's back on, looking smooth. We believe that might have been the 14 of Marissa Smith that was overturned there. We just saw that yellow machine of Morgan Vanover. Looks like battling with Ariel Biarski as they came around there. And there you see the 46 of Kevin Hall on the gas. Kevin right now running in that 7th position. Well, there you see the 41, and I do believe that might be Mike Buckafusco right in front of Lee Knowles. They're battling out. There you see the caution out there. Everybody coming through nice and smooth. It is. So right now on the track, what you've got is you've got Rusty Pipes absolutely running away with it right now with a 134.5 lap time. Right behind him, you got Sean Murphy, Mike Buckafusco, and Lee Knowles trying to take over that 3rd position from Mike Buckafusco. There you see our women's leader coming through, Kendra Hoop. So back out front, here's Lee Knowles, the 41, trying to find the inside line right here to make the move around Mike Buckafusco, the 901. And it looks like he's not going to be able to make it do. There it is. He jumps into that 3rd spot. Made it stick right there.
There's a really tight point situation going on. Obviously, you probably mentioned it or not. I don't know, between Rusty Pipes and Buckafusco. And we talked about that for a while yesterday, and 1 point separation right now with Buckafusco up front. If they drop the race, it's going to be a 1-point advantage for Rusty. So it's that tight.
Well, and I can tell you right now, this is working out well for Rusty. I don't know. Rusty's looking like he's having some problems up here at the front. Car's slowing down right there. That's going to allow Murphy to catch up substantially there. We'll see if he can get it back going. It looks like he does. Rusty Pipes having a little bit of an issue there. Looks like recovered. No problem.
Gear? But they don't have gears. So.
Well, then we look over here, and you see the ladies coming into play. You see Kendra Hoop making her way through the field. We've talked about this. Kendra Hoop, one of the Mid-America Outdoor ambassadors up here. Extremely fast and talented female driver out here. and she will get out here and battle and show these guys how to get it done, and the ladies too in the women's classes. So Kendra looking sharp. We did confirm that is Marissa Smith. You see on the screen right there that rolled, and we did get radio confirmation that she is okay. Everything is all good. There you see the 917 of Kendra Hoop. Man, we love having these rugged radios. They sure do help us out here.
Oh, you have no idea. Yeah, and the range, that's the thing.
Yep.
We have a McDonald's restaurant about 2.5 miles from our ranch in California, and I went down to get gas one time, and my wife radioed me with the rugged radio to pick up quarter pound or whatever that was. So, yeah, these things have crazy range. And I got to mention this. I was in a perfect spot a few minutes ago down there in staging or right below staging as they come up to the starting line. These cars are so pristine, so well prepped. It's unbelievable. And then they pull off the track. It's not so much. These cars take a beating.
Well, white flag is coming out right now. There you see Kendra Hoop, the 917, making some moves, getting around one of our drivers out here in this Vet 40 Plus Turbo. I believe that was Jeff Johnson right there. She just got around. So 2 more laps for Kendra Hoop. Right now leading the way over Josie Watkins and Morgan Vanover. 1, 2, and 3 in the women's turbo class. Ariel Baarski in the 4th spot. Mia Chapman, Marissa Smith, we saw that rollover earlier. All good, but not in the race anymore. And then you've got Rusty Pipes leading the way. Sean Murphy running in 2nd. We saw Lee Knowles. Move into that 3rd position. We're going to see if Rusty Pipes there, the 47. The man we just got to hear from in the interview, those ruts are getting deep down there.
Yeah, they're kicking these cars all over the place. And the scary part is if they weren't running what's called bead locks, these tires would be ripped right off these rims without an issue. But they're running those specially prepared off-road wheels.
That's right.
That basically pinch the sidewalls of the tires onto the wheels. So very
just
cool.
A few more corners.
Yeah.
For my man Rusty Pipes. There he is, the 4-7.
He's on a Sunday cruise. Okay, Saturday cruise right now.
He's taking it easy. He's got this in the bag. He knows that. He's going to try to save that car a little bit. He can cruise right up here, take this checkered flag, and take the win right there.
Yeah, a little over
in your Vet 40 Plus Turbo. So great drive right there for Rusty Pipes. We got to see an awesome interview with him, and incredible race for him. Way to start the weekend. There you see the 917 Kendra Hoop looking sharp, taking that checkered flag in your women's turbo.
As the rest of the field comes back around, Josie Watkins just crosses the line.
Josie Watkins, another great drive for Josie.
Yeah.
No stranger to the front.
She was all smiles down there at the line. I had a chance, as I ran up here, I ran past her, and after her earlier win, she was down there. You could see the smile in her helmet.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, well, let me tell you something that we're hearing right now in these statistics. I told you guys that Kendra Hoop was incredibly fast and talented female driver out here. Rusty Pipes' last lap around, I'm going to eat my words a little bit. I said he was going slow, but that was his fastest lap around the track.
What?
But listen to this. Kendra Hoop was 4 seconds faster.
I'm glad you were saying that because I ain't going to walk past Rusty Pipes' pit areas after he hears that.
Should I be worried? Well, there you see track crew dealing with it looks like the 707. Well, we are getting the track cleared. Here's our handy unofficial results for Vet 40 Plus Turbo. Rusty Pipes, like we said, top spot. Lee Knowles in that 2nd position. Mike Buckafusco in 3rd. Jeff Johnson 4th. Mike Pritchard rounding out top 5. There's Matt Hecker, Sean Murphy, Kevin Hall, Pablo Jimenez, Brandon Jessen rolling through your Vet 40 Plus Turbo. Unofficial results presented by Handy. And there is the Handy unofficial women's results. Also, the ladies out there doing battle. Kendra Hoop getting way up in the mix there, winning it. The 917 top spot, Josie Watkins, 237, that 2nd position. And there's Ariel Bawarski, Morgan Vanover, Mia Chapman, Marissa Smith rounding out the field. Miss Pam Hall has Kendra Smith trackside. Kendra Hoop.
I am down here with Kendra Hoop. Kendra Hoop, you're leading the points in your class. You just now had the fastest lap time of the race, but the last lap you threw it down even more and even picked up your time. How do you feel right now being number one in this spot?
I feel pretty good, but we're just going to try to hold on to that and do the best we can. I need to thank George at Double E Shocks. I don't know if I'd be racing this weekend if he hadn't loaned them to me, so thank you. We're just going to hope for the best on the next race.
Well, you did amazing out there. Obviously, you're in the number one spot. Your car doesn't look too bad out there, so the track conditions were really coming through towards the end of your race.
Yes, it's fast. A little tippy in the turns, but it was good. I liked it.
Well, congratulations on this number one spot right now. Of course, everything's unofficial, but you also, I mean, you can't take away the fastest lap time.
No, I'm happy about that.
Awesome. Well, good luck later on.
Thank you.
All right, we are now going to move right on over here to Mr. Rusty Pipes. He won in his Vet 40-plus class. Rusty Pipes, here you are. You are pumped. How do you feel right now?
Really good. The track's really coming together really good. They've done a lot of good things to it. This track is phenomenal. If you hadn't run here, you got to come to MAO. Anyway, we got another class we got to race in just a minute. But a couple wet spots, a lot of caution flags. I guess one person overjumped the jump. Anyway, Pipes Auto Sales, Hoosier Tires is doing great. Maxxis Tires, I swap them in and out on different races. Raceline Wheels and S3 Motorsports put this car back together. It was totally obliterated last time. S3 Motorsports, fantastic job. They take care of everything.
Well, congratulations being out here. We're going to let you get going to go get to your next race, so congratulations.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all very much. God bless y'all.
All right, back to the booth.
Thanks a lot, Pam. And it's always exciting. It's always really cool when somebody that's 40-plus vet is that excited as if he was running one of those kids in the lesser classes. But with more racing action to come, we've got a full day of it, full afternoon. We'll be right back after this with all that racing action next.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
We are back and ready to get some more racing going here. Round number 6, Mid-America Outdoors. There you see it. Everybody's getting on the hill, getting lined up. That VIP viewing area down there, the best spot in the house if you want to look and see this whole entire track right in front of you. And there you see we're getting this 800cc and under race ready to go. We're going to get to see my man Code St. Peter back out there again, see what he's got for us. And now I think we are about to get ready to go here with these guys. There you see TW walking out there. He's going to do a quick check, make sure everybody's in there and ready. There's the Ultimax grid lineup for 800cc and under. There's Code St. Peter, Kennedy Singleton, Allison Furnell, Briley Lutz, Case Beeman, Michael Green, Cole Warner, Sam Hubler, Kennedy Hartzell, Kaylee Hill, all lined up, ready to make it happen. We're going to see what Code St. Peter's got for us. This is 800cc and under class. We've seen some good battles right here with him and Kennedy Singleton, and we've been wondering what it's going to take and how Kennedy's going to be able to get up there and battle with Code. I know that both of them are fierce competitors out here. The Singletons back out here doing work on the track. They've been at the Sandsport Super Show having a good time out there representing their race team and Heisen and all the people that they race for. So excited to get this 800cc and under race going. We got Ella Warner and Tucker Berza also out there rounding out our field.
I'm really impressed with how many racers from this area or this series actually went out to California for that expo at Costa Mesa. There's a lot there, and it's turning into the SEMA show for side-by-sides. It's huge.
Well, it's a great thing for these racers to be going and doing all this stuff, and furthering their career, and one of the things with that, one of the biggest people to talk about on this line, one to watch, is Code St. Peter. I mean, he is going to go places in racing. This kid's straight out of Whitney, Texas. My buddy Tom, this is his little boy, and he's coached him. Tom's a big desert racer and, incredible athlete, incredible driver himself, and now Code's following right in those footsteps, and he has some of the biggest winning streaks we've seen out here at the park. I mean, he's no stranger to the front. His cars are always in tip-top shape. Rhett Byrne and the team over there at St. Peter Racing, they're top-notch.
Some of the best prepped race cars we have on the facility.
Yeah, absolutely. They look good.
Multiple cars.
They know how to put that car out in front. And I'm telling you, Code's focused right now. I mean, I've been talking to that family a lot. We're really good friends, and they are 100% focused on where this is going to go for Code and where this career as a race car driver and in off-road right now, and he's racing karts. Like we said, Tom's been taking him to the track. He goes out there and races against these kids in karts that have been doing it forever.
Yeah.
And Code shows up, sets fastest lap of the day, wins the race. I mean, he is just a very, very talented driver for sure. Well, it sounds like we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get this 800cc and under action going and see what Code St. Peter has to offer. We'll be right back.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
At 360 Wraps, we've been working hard to transform the vehicle wrap industry. Wherever you are, we're standing by to show you the professionalism you deserve. dedicated account manager, you'll always feel confident and in control the entire time. Providing nationwide service to the top brands in the industry, our team will confidently handle any project you give them. One contact, one company, nationwide service. Come by to experience the 360 difference for yourself.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
We are back. We are looking at this beautiful track out here. We're under a brief pause out here as we are dealing with an injured driver out there. We're going to get them all taken care of, and we will come right back to some more racing. We still got this 800cc and under class ready to go, so give us a few minutes and we'll be right back.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Searching low in the night. Ooh, does she know that we bleed the same? Ooh, don't cry.
Get it, boys.
We are back, getting ready to go here with 800cc and under. But it sounds like we have got Pam down there to talk with Code St. Peter. Let's see what Code had to say about earlier. Take it away, Pam.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Code St. Peter, he's patiently waiting for his 800cc class to start. Earlier on, he raced in the modified class, but didn't quite finish. So, Code, give me a little rundown. What happened earlier on in the race?
My start went good. It was about, I had like a half a lap of a lead. It was last lap. It was pretty good, but I went through this big puddle, and I think it got in my intake. So, really mad about that, but we're going to try to redeem myself in this 570 class.
But here you are in your other race car. You do get a lot of seat time out here at the track. What do you think about the new layout that they did with the different jumps we have? Or have you been on the complete track yet?
Oh, I have been on the complete track. The track's really fun, those big jumps. But if you want to clear them, you got to hold it wide open.
Well, you are our points leader for this 800cc class. We're excited to see you get out there. I know that you're always one to reckon with, so good luck out there, bud.
Thank you.
All right, there we have from Code St. Peter. We're going to give it back up to the booth.
Well, thanks a lot, Pam. And man, such confidence, knowing how to talk on a camera.
He's getting better.
Microphone, yeah, the kid's getting it. The kid's got it, I should say.
Yeah, he definitely got it. I got a chance to also sit down and visit with Tom and Rhett there during the Pro and A race. And definitely that puddle back there in that big section of the track has posed some drivers some problems for sure. And Code St. Peter was one of them. He took a big splash. They're not sure whether the water was in the intake or coil or what it was, but something definitely happened there. And they feel pretty confident they'll have it all going and ready to go. And like I said, that St. Peter racing team is a force to be reckoned with. So no doubts about that at all. Code St. Peter getting ready to show us how to get it done right here in his 800cc and under. But let me tell you, he's had some battles. Kennedy Singleton, she's a good driver. Team 360 driver right there. And Kennedy is fast. So we're going to see who out of the two of them can get the best. Allison Vernell, Briley Lutz, all of them coming up here in just a few minutes. Case Beeman out there. So a big group. We've seen Cole Warner had some incredible races this season. We'll see what he can do.
You know, it was interesting when I was down trackside getting ready to do some interviews, right at the starting line, it's still really wet outside the track.
Right.
The track itself is pretty good. It's out. The racing line is perfect. But if you get outside that racing line, like we talked about the edges, it's still real fluffy, real heavy. But if you get off the track altogether, you're in a world of hurt. It's messy, but the track itself is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, having all these wheels running on this surface has definitely improved the track conditions. You know, we've heard that in a few different interviews. Kendra Hoop was up there earlier after she took that women's turbo win, and she said the track is extremely fast and that traction was really good. And it definitely looks that way from where we're sitting in the booth right now. And we are trying to get everybody back in position out here so that we can get this 800cc and under class going. But while we're sitting here looking at this beautiful track, we want to give a big shout out to the track crew and everybody that worked super hard to get this track prepped and ready for all this racing we got going on today. Lots of fun stuff. We've got the Mid-America Outdoor Side-by-Side Championship Series Round 6 going right here. And we also have Champ here with us today. But, you know, Kennedy Singleton, let's talk about Kennedy. Kennedy is part of that Singleton bunch. You mentioned him earlier. Big family of racers there, and Kennedy is no stranger to being up in the front out of Coweta, Oklahoma, driving for Heisen. We talked about it earlier. They've been out at that Sand Sports show representing the brands that support them, and they've got a big old massive Team 360 rig that they travel in. And, man, they put together great performances every time they come out here, you know, whether it's any of the Singleton bunch that's on the track. You know, John and Misty, awesome parents, keeping these kids out here having a good time. And you know what? They're great sportsmen, too. They are ambassadors for the track out here at Mid-America Outdoors. And there you see the Ultimax 800cc and under starting grid. Code St. Peter, Kennedy Singleton, Allison Fernell, Briley Lutz, Case Beeman, Michael Green, Cole Warner, Sam Hubler, Kennedy Hartzell, Kaylee Hill. There's Ella Warner and Tucker Berza rounding out the field. 12 drivers, Scott. You ready for this?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see Tucker starting that far back. What was that, the second row, I think? But I just look at these names, and I've been around here now going on 2 years, or almost 2 full years, and I'm looking at these names, and I'm thinking to myself, well, 2-3 more years, that driver will be moving up. 2-3 more years, that driver is going to really smoking everybody. I mean, I'm looking at the future of the sport as I run down the lineup, and you're going to be an old man like me someday, and you're going to look back and see Code St. Peter's name, and he's going to be out there, and who knows, Pro 2, Pro 4, just spanking everybody, and he's been doing it his entire life. And you keep going down. Kennedy Singleton, same thing. You know, keep going. Allison, same thing. And it's going to be neat to watch the progression of every single one of our young drivers as the future comes to fruition.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the cool things. You said it best. We were at drivers' meeting this morning, and a few of us were talking about a group of kids that were standing there. Carson Hill, you know, Luke Anderson, a handful of them, and Tanner Thompson, and there's the green flag, 800cc and under on the way. But look at Kennedy Singleton with the big jump right there.
Wow.
Whoa, look at this. Kennedy Singleton jumps out, gets the whole shot right here. And then it looks like Code St. Peter jumps into that second spot. There's Cole Warner in the third position. Let me tell you, we have seen some battles with this front three group right here. I mean, there was one a couple weeks ago. I don't know if you guys were tuned in and watching or at the last round. I almost jumped off the balcony up there while we were calling this race. And there you see Cole Warner making the move on Code St. Peter. Code finding the throttle. Not sure what he's doing, but he looked like he was charging back up.
He brought up the water problems with his first race.
Right.
Is he conscious of that and now is afraid to touch any kind of moisture whatsoever?
Well, this is the section right here, and we'll see it. It looks like he follows the rest of the crew straight through the middle of that line right
he still
there.
went down the middle, yeah.
So we'll see what's going on, but great drive right now. Kennedy Singleton there you see out front, the Team 360 car looking sharp and staying clean and leading the charge right now. So big shout out to that team over there, the Singleton bunch and their Team 360 crew. That Heison's looking good, looking fast, but Cole Warner in that second spot is on the gas, looking to make some moves.
It looks like he is making up ground.
Yeah, making up some big ground right here, really fast. Cole Warner, always a very strong competitor out here, but Code St. Peter,
he's doing the same thing.
He's sneaking up there,
ground,
too.
yeah.
He's not going to let him get away. I can guarantee you Tom and Red are in the radio right now pushing Code. We'll see who we got as we got the rest of the field coming through. The battle up front, 1, 2, and 3, all stacked in tight. I feel like this is going to be another one, Scott. I'm going to stand up and start yelling for everybody at home. This one's going to be exciting. Kennedy Singleton trying to hold off the charge right now of Warner. Warner looking for an inside line right here. Not going to be able to make it happen. That Heisen, extremely fast car out here in this field. They've got these Heisens figured out, that's for sure.
I mean, they weren't that impressive when they first came out on the market, and they started working on it, and there's communication between the race teams and the manufacturer, and that's when things started to happen.
Well, there you see the 75
right now.
You saw the 75 of Michael Green getting out in that sloppy stuff on the outside edge of the track, but let me tell you something right here. The Heisen's leading the way. Cole Warner running that second spot. That's Kennedy Singleton leading in that Heisen. Cole Warner in second. And then Code St. Peter back here in this Polaris. He's on the gas. And if you're out there, we've talked about this over and over again, you got to keep an eye out for Code St. Peter. He'll sneak up in there on you, and next thing you know, you'll see him right back up there in the front. But looks like he might be having some problems with the car.
Oh, came off.
Kennedy Singleton loses a wheel.
The whole
Did you see it go right in front of Code St. Peter?
The right rear is gone. It looked like the hub, everything just, yeah.
That is not what you wanted to have happen right there. The Team 360 car, the Heisen on the side of the track right there. There you see the 71 was leading the charge. Not going to be the way that Kennedy Singleton wanted to go out of this race. I can promise you that. And that allows Cole Warner to slip right up into the top spot. Code St. Peter moves up into second. And that's going to bring Tucker Berza up into the third spot.
And he started dead last.
Yeah. I mean, that's incredible drive for Berza right here. Berza's on the throttle, trying to get up there in the mix. So great drive to go from the back of the pack all the way up to the top and be in the battle.
Busted wheel? Man. But I was wondering if something didn't look right, to be honest with you. I probably should have mentioned it when they were hitting those tabletops, those 3 tabletops. The back of her car wasn't looking quite right. It was kind of bouncing weird. And then, a couple hundred yards later, that right rear busts right off. So maybe it was part of that tabletop section. Who knows? But tough break.
Yeah, tough break for Kennedy Singleton right there for sure. Cole Warner capitalizes, moves to the front. There's Code St. Peter coming through. There's Tucker Berza. It looks like we got Ella Warner in fourth right now. Sam Hubler in fifth. We are actively dealing with a medical issue out here at the track. That's what you just saw on your screen. We have the best medical response team possible out here at racing. And one of the most amazing things that, we got to give a big shout out to the Robinette family, Gayla and Jason, for one of the things that they offered. As you see a caution there on the track. But one of the coolest things is if you come up here and race, you pay your entry fees, you're here racing. Let's just say worst case scenario, something happens, you've got to make a ride in that helicopter and go get checked out for something. It's covered.
Yeah.
It's part of it now.
100%.
100% covered.
So, and here's the thing, too. If you are one of those racers and you're at home or you're out hunting somewhere, or wherever you may be on a lake, if the issue is where you need a helicopter, they'll come and get you, and that is covered as well.
Well, that's amazing, and big shout out to the Robinette family, all of them, for what they do and what they offer and what they want to bring to all of these racers out here. And the goal for everything out here at the park is to help, further their careers and get them the most exposure they can for these sponsors that are out here representing them. And Cole Warner sponsors are definitely happy right now because he's out in front and leading the way. St. Peter's still running in second, Berza in third, and there's that white flag. So last lap, we'll see if Coach St. Peter's got anything left in the tank to run him down and try to battle with the leader up there.
Back. Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, 0.4 of a second faster around the track that last time for Cole Warner.
Yeah, St. Peter's less than half a second behind our leader, Warner.
He's going to have to find some speed somewhere, some better traction in a corner, something. Or we've seen this happen before. It's a long race. So let's see if Cole Warner can keep it together and keep that car running strong all the way to the finish. I don't think that's going to be a problem. He's looking really smooth right now.
I'm kind of guessing it's going to take a combination of even a small mistake by our leader and St. Peter to be really, really able to take advantage of it for anything to happen to swap positions first and second. But these kids are putting on a heck of a race. Oh, do I see a little bit of smoke?
A little bit of gravel right there in the corner, I believe they got in. That's what it looked like to me.
It was a whitish, bluish kind of tint of the smoke.
Well, there's a great look coming down the hill. That is a high-speed downhill. Look at that full send right there for that driver. There it is, the 119, Cole Warner making his way around the track. The checkers will be coming out this time around at the finish. Cole looking smooth. Great lines,
figure out a
great
way
drive.
To describe to the camera and to the fans at home how banked these turns are and the elevation change. We got to figure out some way to portray that on the TV screen for them.
Well,
it is crazy.
I have a better challenge for them. Just come visit us and try to walk up and down it.
There you go.
Yeah. Then you'll definitely see the elevation out here.
Muddy, yeah.
It's absolutely incredible for those at home watching. I don't know if it's been mentioned out here today, but this used to be a lake bed. Everything got drained and knocked everything out so that we could drain the lake. And there's the checkered flag right there for Cole Warner. Coach St. Peter taking that second spot.
I was just you heard in the ear, our producer was just telling us, Jared, that the first banking, when they come down the straightaway, that banking right there, that's just off camera, 45-degree banking.
45
think about it.
degrees.
That's 90.
Yep.
Then go, holy smokes. Yeah.
Yep. Tucker Berza hitting that third spot. That was a great drive. There's Ella Warner in the fourth spot coming around. So we're finishing up, watching the drivers right now come through the field right here. So we still got Sam Hubler coming through. And there's Allison Fernell. And it looks like moving up through the field, we got Briley Lutz, Kennedy Hartzell, Case Beeman, all packed in together for the checkered flag right here to get across the line, the Amsoil finish line. Michael Green. We got Kaylee Hill, I do believe, still out on the track. We'll get Kaylee around here to take this checkered. And unfortunately, you see Kennedy Singleton there at the bottom of the lineup. Lost that wheel. Unfortunate accident there for Kennedy Singleton. We'll get that car fixed, I'm sure. And hopefully we'll see her back out here tomorrow. Man, what a drive. Cole Warner impresses me every single time. You talk about it earlier. And, one of the most rewarding things for us in getting to call these races is, like you said, in a few years we're going to watch these youngsters get in these pros and the pro divisions and race. There's a checkered flag for Hill. But we're going to get to see him, racing other things later. So this is always a very rewarding thing for me, getting to call these races, because I like watching these kids. And there you see the handy unofficial results for 800cc and under. Cole Warner with the top spot. Coach St. Peter in second. Tucker Berza moving up into that third spot. There's Ella Warner, fourth, and Sam Hubler rounding out your top 5. Fernell, Lutz, Hartzell, Beeman, and Green rounding out your top 10 right there. And it sounds like we got Miss Pam Hall trackside with an interview from our winner, Cole Warner.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Cole Warner. You just came out here. You're running 8th in points out here, but you just came out here, got first place in your race. How do you feel right now?
Very good.
So you just went out there, raced on not a completely different track, but there was a little bit of changes from previous race. Did you have fun out there? Did you like the changes?
Yeah, the 3 tabletops were fun. One's a little bit of a kicker, but it's fine.
So which one was the kicker for you?
The first one.
Yeah, the first one's a little bit shorter. The second one has a little bit of a kicker at the beginning of it. But you're out here number 1 in this spot unofficially. You got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, really good.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on being unofficially in this number 1 spot. So we'll see you out there again tomorrow.
Maybe. If it rains, then no.
We'll all keep our fingers crossed that it doesn't.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Cole Warner. Back to you guys up in the booth.
What a great interview right there. I'm going to tell you, Cole, I don't know what those words are you said at the end. I have no idea what you're talking about. We're not getting any of that stuff. If you're referring to the misters that we turn on at Coconut, they're probably on right now. So the pool's open. The sun is shining. We're having an awesome day out here, and we are getting ready for our next class, the Vet 40 Plus NA and Women's NA. There's a Vet 40 Plus NA starting grid from Ultimax: Terry Lackey, Austin Sides, Todd Rimmery, Jeff Johnson, Mitch Truitt, Justin Moore, Edward Mangus, and Troy Anderson. And we cannot forget about the ladies. Women's NA, you're going to see Josie Watkins back out there, Leslie Yoshimoto, Brooklyn Singleton, Crystal Rowden, Irie Bailey, and Caitlin Anderson. So here we go down to the starting line, and we are getting ready for our 9th race of the day. Vet 40 Plus NA, Women's NA. And we're going to take it off from the line right here with our Vet 40 Plus NA first. And we're going to see what Terry Lackey, Austin Sides, Todd Rimmereed. We got some battle, some heavy hitters out here in this thing. There it is.
Whoa. Who's that in the middle?
Looked like was that Todd Rimmery getting a good jump right there, but I think he's running in 3rd right now as we see him coming right up over the top of the hill right there. So Terry Lackey looking sharp, jumping out to the lead. Whoa, Terry. Big cinder right there. And now we've got our ladies taking off right here. And it looks like no stranger to the front. Josie Watkins is going to jump out there and get the early lead in the women's class. But here we are. Back up front, Vet 40 Plus NA. Terry Lackey looking sharp and on the gas, leading the way right now over Austin Sides and Todd Rimmery. It looks like there in the women's class, someone is
dragging some body panels.
Yeah, left a little panel right there on the track. Not sure what happened right there, but so your Vet 40 Plus NA and Women's NA. If you're asking, if you're at home and you're not familiar with what this means, it means these are naturally aspirated cars. So NA, non-turbos. And Terry Lackey's got it figured out, and he is flying right now. He wants this win. I think a lot of people, you heard earlier in that interview, Cole Warner was talking about the rain. You know, looking at the forecast, I think we're going to be okay and have another great day of racing tomorrow. But I can tell you the mindset of a lot of people is that we got to capitalize today while we have this beautiful sunset.
Let's pack them in. Let's get the races running. Bam, bam, bam. And the nice thing about this, all the rain we got yesterday that canceled everything, is providing us a racetrack that we don't have to water today. We don't have to groom today because the track is staying with it. We're staying on top of the track, and it's like really almost advantageous to have everything canceled yesterday because we got a pristine conditions today. Doesn't take a lot of babysitting, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, we're 9 races through the day. We haven't thrown any water on the track at all. Normally, we water quite frequently out here on the track. But Vet 40 Plus NA, Terry Lackey getting it done. Still leading the charge. Mitch Truitt running that second spot. There's Todd Rimmereed moved up into third. There's Austin Sides in fourth. Edward Mangus running in 5th. Justin Moore in 6th. Jeff Johnson in 7th. And Troy Anderson. Not sure if he's
somebody's
maybe not having it, not on the course right there. So moving up to the ladies, Josie Watkins leading the way. Leslie Yoshimoto in the mix. There's Brooklyn Singleton, Kennedy Singleton's sister.
Oh, left front damage right there in that car.
That looks like the 80, 82 maybe, of Justin Moore right there. Yeah, I believe that's who that is.
Oh, it's Troy Anderson.
Troy Anderson, the 88X right there, actually. Terry Lackey hitting those big bank turns, going a little bit high on it, carry a lot of speed through that dry line. You can see it on the track. The really lighter color is the line you want to stay in. If you see that darker stuff on the outside, that's where you get in. You lose all traction, and you just start spinning. So everybody's choosing to stay in that drier line you see, which is the smart move for sure. Terry Lackey's got his lines figured out.
That makes me wonder if they're like sprint cars. If you've been to a sprint car race, they take that right rear and they actually ride that little berm, that almost like a curb, and they ride that around the turns. I wonder if we're getting to a point where these guys are doing that as well, because there's berms out there.
Yeah, there's definitely some ruts in some of these corners. You're seeing them develop down low, and you'll see some of these cars get into that bicycle, rock up on 2 wheels as they come down these big, these big hills with this big grade elevation, and making moves right there. Coming up through the pack, Josie Watkins is flying. So Josie Watkins has already been out here today and put on some incredible performances right now, leading this women's NA race. Josie is so fast.
There's another driver that's really active on the social medias and promoting their race team, and even every once in a while throw something personal in there, what they're doing as a family or going here, going there. That's really neat. I'm really interested in that kind of stuff, because you know the driver at the track, but do you know the driver when they're home?
Right.
And that's kind of cool. That's what I like to see.
Well, let me point something out to you.
Uh-oh.
Josie Watkins in the women's NA class has the fastest lap on the track with a 152.8. Terry Lackey, who's leading in your Vet 40 Plus NA, his fastest lap is a 153.7. Josie Watkins is absolutely on the gas right now and putting in a performance right here. So Terry Lackey, Terry Lackey's leading the way. He's driving a great race, but Josie Watkins is literally on the gas.
She's 2/3 of the way up the track on these banks. She's riding the high side.
For sure.
Really
she's carrying all the speed.
And then thinking about the speed she's gained at the bottom of the hill coming down.
Well, there you see the 237 of Josie Watkins, fastest car on the track right now. She is clicking off some laps, making moves. And you know what? I would not be surprised. What I'm interested in seeing right now is how close can she get to catching Terry Lackey. I mean, last lap around a 155 to a 152. So one lap left. There's the white flag. Josie Watkins is blowing my mind. Josie Watkins goes faster, a 151.080. Josie Watkins is she's found it. She knows she's in the groove right now with that car.
Oh, I know. She just passed 2 cars, one on the outside, split the middle, and just passed one on the inside.
Yeah, Josie, this is like a video game for Josie right now. And I do believe Josie just went around Todd Rimmereed right there. So Josie's making some moves up towards the front of the pack. I know that we started the women after the Vet 40 NA class, right? Josie is moving towards the front of that class. She is absolutely putting on a show right now. If you're at home watching, ladies, come out here and race with us. Josie Watkins is showing these men how to get it done out here in this NA division.
You know, I've been saying all summer long, and maybe you remember it, I don't know, but it's like I feel that the women racers need to pack up their haulers, take some extra parts, go to the Midwest and race in the Champion Series once or twice and race against the guys. Well, I don't think they'll have women's classes in Champ. I'm not sure, but racing the pro classes against the boys, because these lady drivers can get around this racetrack. There's no doubt about it.
Well, Terry Lackey still holding on to the lead out front. There you see him. Charging. This should be checkered flag when he comes around right here. We saw the white flag come out earlier. Josie Watkins, absolutely just an incredible drive right here. Here comes a checkered flag for Terry Lackey.
Nice looking car.
Yep,
there it
staying
is.
clean out front, gets the win. Vet 40 plus NA. There's Mitch Truitt coming around, and look,
third.
There was Josie right there. So Josie moved all the way up to third in the field. There's Todd Rimmereed coming through. So from the second line with the women's, after the men started, they
like
staggered this
10
start.
second?
Yes. And she still ran them down and made it to the front of the pack. Josie Watkins, you are an absolute animal. The 237 right there. What a drive from Josie Watkins. I mean, that was, I can tell you right now, I'm not giving her any mess in the pits at all. She is so fast. Well, there you see the rest of our field coming around. Vet 40 plus NA and your women's NA all coming through, taking the checkers. Looks like we still got a few other drivers out there. I'm not sure what happened. I believe that's Rowden right here. So that is Crystal Rowden making her way around the track. But what a drive. I'm still kind of just in shock of what we just witnessed. I mean, that was, that was a great race for sure. And it's always fun when the ladies, kind of just show the guys up, Well, we will, hopefully, I'm sure we will, but I am so curious to hear what we get in an interview here coming up shortly after we get everybody through the checkered, and we will get some unofficial results out here just shortly.
And she's...
Well, there you see Crystal Rowden almost done, almost finding that checkers. I'm not really sure what happened out there, but I'm pretty sure there's an issue with that car, the TQR car there.
There's no doubt there.
So Rowden's going to come through right here and get this checkered flag. They'll try to get that car dialed in and ready for the next race they have coming up. Looks like we've got all of our Vet 40 Plus NA and women's NA drivers off the track now. There's our Ultimax Women's NA unofficial results. Look at that. Josie Watkins up top. Leslie Yoshimoto in second. Brooklyn Singleton in third. Caitlin Anderson, Crystal Rowden, and Irie Bailey. Josie Watkins is with Pam. I'm curious to hear this. Pam, what you got?
Down here with Josie Watkins, you are the star of this show. You just came out. You had the fastest lap overall of the race. You also, on a staggered start, ended up third overall. You caught up to all those vet NAs. How do you feel about your race right now?
I feel pretty good about my race. I felt pretty confident going into this race. I had P1 in my amateur class and P2 in my women's turbo class, and I just felt like I had my head on straight and really confident for this race.
I mean, you had seat time from earlier on. Here you are. These guys haven't been on the track yet, but you did. You came out here. You just killed it out on that race course. An amazing job by you today.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm going to let you go because you got some cleaning to do, but you're done for the day. You can go enjoy the pool and watch the rest of the racing. So congratulations, Josie Watkins. We're going to go right on down here to Terry Lackey. He is out of his car and ready to go. So Terry Lackey is our points leader in our vet NA class. Terry Lackey, you just finished first in your class. You're our points leader. Amazing race out there. What do you think of that new track layout?
Oh, the new track layout's great. I mean, it's fun. It flows. All the rain actually, I think, kind of helped the track. The track is pretty epic right now. I mean, it's fast.
I mean, we were all worried about it being way too muddy out there, and the drivers are saying exactly what you said. That they think that it helped the track, so it's pretty fun out there today.
Yeah, it was fast. I got the whole shot again, and I saw that I had a good lead, so I really didn't push it that hard. Matter of fact, the puddle in the back, I was actually almost coming to a stop going through it, so I wouldn't wash the motor.
Well, you did an amazing job out there. Like you just said, you got the whole shot, stayed out front. Josie was gunning for your position, though.
Josie was faster than me today. I'll admit it.
I know, but being third in the vet NA, if you look at the way she finished out, that's pretty cool. She's a young lady out there reckoned with.
She's definitely cooking.
Well, congratulations out there on that number one spot, being our points leader. It's just going to take you into our round number 7 here, in about a month?
We got one more month, and I'm pretty close. It would be an act of God for me not to finish it out.
Well, congratulations. I'll let you get going, clean your car up, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Pam, and thank y'all.
Thank you, Terry. Good job to everybody out there today. We're going to go back up to the booth to Matt and Scott.
Well, thanks a lot, Pam.
Great interviews.
Yeah.
Great interviews.
There's no cookie-cutter interview going on right there because he's getting ready. You know what? We got more racing to come, but we're going to step aside real quick and come back with all that racing action and then some right after this.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. From Ultra 4 to rallies.
These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for our next round of racing, which is youth limited 6 and 8-year-old and 9 to 12-year-old. And I got to tell you, Matt, this is when you get that many cars. I don't care how old you are. I don't care what the car is. When you get this many out on the track, it's some pretty exciting racing. And these kids do put on a heck of a show.
Yeah, they definitely do. We're going to get to see some of my favorites get out here, you know. I love hanging out with these kids around the pits and watching them have a good time and have a blast. They run around together. They play together. Man, they make these weekends that we're up here at the racetrack just absolutely incredible. And now they're out there to do battle. And we're seeing the Ultimax grid line up for Youth Limited. Slade Dowden, Declan Shields, Tucker Berza, Avery Sides, Carson Hill, Alexandra Easton, Triton Lawrence. And then in the 6 to 8 division there, you got Luke Anderson, Paxton Shamblin, Alexander Walraven, Blaine Singleton, Atlee Yoshimoto, Lariat Lawrence, Braxton Fernell, and Nolan Hartzell. So you got the 6 to 8 and the 9 to 12-year-old youth limited class out there getting ready to do battle. We're going to get to see Slade Dowden and Declan Shields. Who's it going to be? They've had some battles. You know, Slade's been very consistent and fast. Declan also up there battling with him. We'll get to see Tucker Berza back out here again, see what Tucker's got. My man Carson Hill, super fast also. And one of the happiest kids in the park, Luke Anderson.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. The kid's always got a smile on his face, and it's a goofy grin I can't even replicate. There's just no
I think it's so cool. You know, we get to come here, and you were talking about it earlier about just the social media and the things with these kids, and you know, it's so cool to see them come out here and race and do all the things and do well and succeed at racing. But it's also really cool to see them. You know, we're back. A lot of these kids are back in school now and competing in school sports and doing some different things there. And, man, I always like keeping up with them and kind of rooting for them in general and everything. Oh, Not really sure what happened here.
This is not unusual, though, when you get the youngest drivers on the track. They are so damn excited. Probably amped up on Captain Crunch or something. Who knows?
All hopped up on Mountain Dew, Chip. Well, I can tell you this right now. They're getting him back up there and getting them all lined up and ready. I think you're going to have to turn it around, bud. You're not going to be able to start that way. That is the 158 right there. Declan Shields, I mean, he's ready.
Really?
Yeah.
That was Declan that did that?
That was Declan. Declan's ready to go. So I'm not here to play. I'm ready to race. I know that Slade Dowden's going to be fast. Declan's ready to go. So we'll get Declan back up there and get this thing re-racked and ready.
You know the Shields pretty well. How much of that was Declan and how much of that was his spotter going, go, 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 go?
Oh, I believe that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you have to go all the way around and drive up there. You're not going to get anybody to pick you up and turn you around.
TW, the man up there with the master plan. There you see him in his high-vis shirt.
I told him we call him out all the time
at
the starting line. But you got to get more dramatic when you do that final thumbs up and make sure the drivers are ready. I was telling him all the different gestures and how to do it. Throw the thumbs up in the air, and he just looked at me with a goofy grin. He goes, "Okay, I'll work on it." Man, look at that racetrack in the background.
Beautiful,
got a
beautiful
couple of
facility out here.
If you can see the grandstands up on the hill, it looks like we got a few
Old Glory flying up there.
Champ people watching. I'm really getting anxious to see the last race this afternoon for us will be the Pro Turbo. How are those cars going to handle this track?
Man, I'm excited to see that too. I think we're going to have to. It's going to be a battle. I think the one thing about the track is definitely getting better and better, and it's really kind of priming up perfect for them at the end of the day. And that is going to be a stacked field. I mean, you've got Corey Willis and you've got Kanan Baker going to be back out there. Kanan absolutely blew us away last round. Had a great Pro and A race earlier, and Kanan is just incredibly fast. And he did the unthinkable last time, and he beat the Miller brothers, and he unseated their run and their stand at the top of the podium, and that was crazy. Kanan was literally on rails around this track, so we're going to get to see if he can do that again. They got a big day out there, so excited to see the Millers, Kyle Chaney.
Out of the last 6 races, and just to I'm sorry for interrupting, but out of the last 6 races, I want to say Kanan. Now I'm actually including Nitro Cross. Out of the last 6 races, he has not finished any worse than second.
Yeah, Kanan, I heard it talked about earlier when Ken was in here, and Kanan running that Pro and A class. Kanan is also going to be racing. He's been racing Nitro Cross, and I'm going to tell you something. I really get the feeling sometimes that the Nitro Cross people didn't really know what they were taking when they brought him over there, because not only him, but Tyler Rimmereed.
Yeah.
They have absolutely just put on an incredible show for the Nitro Cross.
That's an entirely separate thing from what MAO has, and that's a traveling series.
Yep, absolutely.
And they both are traveling with the series now, and in fact, I want to say 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they're going to be. Is it in LA? I think.
Yeah, I believe they were just in Utah.
Yep.
I want to say is where they just got done running, and. So now we'll get them racked and ready. Looks like that's what they're trying to do down here on the starting line. Our youth limited 6 to 8 and 9 to 12-year-olds.
Now, for some of the fans that might be tuned in watching for the first time, these are small cars, limited to what they can do as far as suspension and motor work and things along that line. But that doesn't mean the safety aspect of it has lessened at all. They're still out there in the fire suits, the shoes, the gloves, the helmet, the head and neck restraints, full communication with at least one, probably 2 spotters, so they can push a button and talk to somebody on their crew. And we talked about the Nitro B, which is a small little radio, almost the size of I guess, a Zippo lighter. And the race officials can keep a handle on the young drivers. The young drivers can't talk back to USAC officials, but they have to listen. So they're out there, and they are actually safer than if they were playing Pee Wee football. I mean, they are just belted in, so tight, so safe. I'd have no problem if I was a young dad, soon to be with a racer on the track. I'd have no problem with.
I'm ready.
My young
He's here right now.
Yeah,
he's roaming the pits. He's ready. I mean, we're going to get ready and dive into this racing thing.
That is so
in the
cool
next
to hear.
year and see how much fun he can have doing it. Like we've talked about a million times, this facility is more than just racing. It's we're about outdoor events and kind of doing it all, whether it be here on the property and we're doing Barbie Jeeps or concerts or. We just got done hosting one of the biggest events we've had here at Mid-Americas with Lifted Truck Nationals. That was an incredible event out here and absolutely packed. But it looks like we're getting ready to go right here. Sounds like what we're hearing is we had a car on the line that may have had a flat tire, trying to figure out what exactly we were going to do with that. But TW is telling them right now, if you're on that back row, you are going to stay. The front 2 rows will go. Don't get confused. And there he is. He's going to give everybody the thumbs up, make sure they're good. And we are going to get a green flag right now.
A little bit of a staggered start. And somebody's pulling off the track right away.
Yeah, not really sure if maybe that car wasn't supposed to get out there yet, and they did. But I can tell you this. This group is charging right there. You see Declan Shields. He's about mid-pack right now, so he's going to have to work through this group a little bit. So Slade Dowden, it looks like there's a second group heading out right now.
See, Declan Shields did exactly what a friend of mine did quite a few years ago in a pro light race. He wasn't getting enough camera time. And we're racing a live race, live TV program. So what does he do? He jumps the green flag. Cameras is right onto him. And he goes all the way to the back of the pack, gets back in line. The whole time, the whole 2-3 minutes, the camera's following him. Guess what? He got a whole lot of camera time.
Media smarts right there. Well, Slade Dowden leading the way. Tucker Berza running in second. And then you have got Carson Hill running that third spot. And then there's Declan Shields in fourth. And Easton in the fifth position there. Yep, so we got Alexander Walraven leading that 6 to 8 year old group. There's my man Luke Anderson running in second, and it looks like Lariat Lawrence, your top 3 in the youth limited 6 to 8. They are on the gas right now. A little bit of a reduced course out here that you're seeing on the track. We don't run the full course for these smaller cars out here, but they still got 3 laps left. There you see that car sliding into the corner. Slade Dowden side by side. Here, look, we got a battle on our hands right here. Berza's on the inside. Slade Dowden slides back up into the front of him right there and takes over the top spot again. But Berza is not playing, and I'm telling you, Declan Shields isn't either. Declan's right there in that third spot. So keep your eyes on this 1, 2, and 3. It looks like somebody losing a body part right there. Lap traffic looks like going to play a little bit of a role here. And there is the 118 of Alexander Walraven leading the 6 to 8 group with Luke Anderson. Looks like actually Lariat Lawrence running that second position now with Luke Anderson in the third spot. So white flag is out. As we're watching these drivers come through, we still got them battling up here at the front. Slade Dowden making his way through lap traffic right there, and it looks like Tucker Berza is still trying to charge right there. So not a lot of time left for these drivers out here in this youth limited 6 to 8 and 9 to 12 year olds. Alexander Walraven leading, Larry Lawrence in second, Luke Anderson in the third spot, Blaine Singleton in fourth, Paxton Shamblin in the 5th position. And Atlee Yoshimoto, Furnell, and Hartzell rounding out the field in that 6 to 8 class. Then you've got Slade Dowden, Tucker Berza, Declan Shields doing battle 1, 2, and 3 in your 9 to 12-year-old class. Alexandra
There's
Easton,
checkered
Avery
flag.
Sides.
Man.
Checkered flag is out.
That was a quick race.
That was. That means they were absolutely flying around this track, that's for sure. So we'll get some unofficial results here just shortly.
I'll admit I was having issues trying to separate the age brackets as they were looking down at the lineup. But, man, there was a lot of passing, a lot of side-by-side action. And the thing is, at a lot of times, they were 3, 4, even almost 5 wide.
Yeah, we got to point out not only was there a lot of that, but it was very clean. I mean, they raced each other very clean on the track, no bumping that we could see. And everybody had a good race right there. Congrats to our winners. We'll get some unofficial results here in just a moment. And, man, we're moving through the day, Scott. We got a lot still to come. We've got Pro Turbo coming up, and then we're going to jump into some of the champ races later.
Yeah.
If you are at home watching, you
excited.
definitely want to tune in later, watch these trucks run out here on this big course at Mid-America Outdoors. We're excited to have the champ team here. It gives you the full shot right there from that drone. Check it out.
4 classes of trucks coming out.
Take note right here, Scott. Look at this. The park is full. There's people everywhere you see camping.
Off to the right, upper right-hand corner, there's the pool.
This is a one heck of a facility, and I hope you get to make it out. But right now we're going to show you the handy unofficial results for 9 to 12-year-old Slade Dowden. Top spot, Tucker Berza in second. Declan Shields right there
nice job
in that
getting out
third
to the
spot.
podium.
That definitely helped Slade Dowden putting Tucker Berza between himself and Declan there. So Alexandra Easton in the 4th spot, Avery Sides in 5th. There's my man Carson Hill in 6th. Triton Lawrence rounding out the field in 7th. And then when we take it over to our 6 to 8s, Alexander Walraven top spot. My man Luke Anderson. Luke Anderson right there in that 2nd spot. Larrett Lawrence in 3rd. Blaine Singleton, Team 360, right there in 4th. Paxton Shamblin 5th. Atlee Yoshimoto in the 6th spot. Braxton Furnell in 7th. And Nolan Hartzell rounding out your field in 8th. So congratulations to your youth limited 6 to 8 and 9 to 12-year-old drivers. And there we are looking at this absolutely beautiful facility out here at Mid-America Outdoors. Round number 6 at Oklahoma. That's where we're at. Myself and Scott are stepping off.
I'll see you down trackside. I'll be
to
doing
watch some
interviews.
races. But we'll be back in just a few moments with a lot more action here at Mid-America Outdoors.
Welcome back to Mid-America Outdoors. We are ready to go racing here once again. The Expert Turbo category is coming up here next. Ken Stout and Pam Hall back inside of the booth here as we take a look out over the course. It is a gorgeous day outside. Working its way up to 90 degrees. Nice breeze out there. Humidity feels like it's very low. It's warm, but I think, are we still officially in summer? No, I think last Sunday was the first day of fall, if I'm not mistaken. So, but nonetheless, we had a bunch of rain a day ago. Today it is absolutely gorgeous, and we are ready to go racing here with our next category. I think we have 4 more to go here today.
Yes.
Expert Turbo, Expert NA, and then we will end things up with the Pro Turbo category.
Yes, it's a beautiful day out here. The track is coming to. The drivers are having a blast on the new layout, but there we do see people over there under our VIP area, but we have our Expert Turbo grid lineup presented by Ultimax on the screen. It is Austin Dinger in that number 1 spot in the 88, Mickey Schroeder in the number 43 in second position, Austin Braden in the 894 in third, Donovan Willis 86 in number 4 position, Mr. Lee Knowles the number 41 in that 5th position.
Yeah, Jason Kemp will be back there in row number 3 as well. Jake Frederick, Jason Roper, John Caligaroo has had a couple of bright moments here this year, and Grant Stephen will round out the top 10 inside of this category. We'll go to page 2 here and take a look at Bree Seek, Chris Adelot, Kyle Arkenau, and Kendra Hoop, of course, one of our ambassadors here.
Yes, and Kendra Hoop, she just threw down the fastest lap when she was out there racing in the Vet 40 Plus in the women's turbo class. She did an amazing job, the fastest lap of the whole entire race. And then we do have in that number 15 position, Reese Fullman. 16th position, Randy Clifton. Rusty Pipes, fresh off the race course himself, in that 17th position. And then in the 18th to round out our drivers are Braxton Moore. So we do have a full lineup taking the race course. They will do the rolling start as we have been doing in our expert and our pro classes. And there they are getting paraded around by our pace car.
Yeah, they call it a recon lap, and they'll take the full lap here. It gives the drivers a chance to look at the course, find any potential ruts, any soft spots, any wet spots, whatever the case may be. And we know there's one big puddle here at least a couple of races ago. Can't imagine it's gone now. So a couple of things that they'll be able to take note of on their recon lap, and when they come back around start finish, of course, they'll throw the green flag. Something new here are these jumps is triple, if you will. You can't triple it. It's too far apart, but first one's a nice jump, then a tabletop, land it, stand on the throttle, and a little bit larger tabletop there is a good look at it from the backside. And there's the sippy hole that we were talking about earlier. I think one of the drivers referred to it, might have been Owen Van Epperen, as the pond. So whatever you'd like to call it, but they were sailing through that a little bit earlier. Visually, it was pretty cool to watch.
Yes, for sure. But, we do have Austin Dinger that is in our number 1 position in points, and that is how we are starting the race because we were unable to do any kind of qualifying due to Mother Nature yesterday. So Austin Dinger, he will be the one starting the pace as soon as that green flag drops.
Yeah, we take a look at that in the points. 168 points coming in without the drop, 158 for Mickey Schroeder. Mickey Schroeder under the number of 43 here today as well. And Schroeder, his tough round, he finished up in 7th. Dinger's tough round finished up in 12th. If you count the drop race, at least I did some gorilla math here. It looks like they're separated by just 6 points. 10 points without the drop, with the drop. 6 points. So it is tight here in terms of the championship as you watch them make their way through the sippy hole.
Yeah, we definitely
if
can't
you're not familiar with the sippy hole, that is that's stuff that goes on down there in Naples.
That's what I was wondering. You kept calling it the sippy hole.
Well, it's swamp buggies. Swamp buggy racing, and they do it down in Naples, Florida. It's a huge thing. It's a long tradition, 50, 60 years old, and one of the most common referred to swamp buggies is DATS one, D-A-T-S, and DATS another one. So they were a 2-car team. But, yeah, they've been doing it forever down there, and the fans absolutely love it. But they have what they call the sippy hole, where it gets really the entire course is underwater to a degree, but then there's 2 areas where it gets really deep, and they call it a sippy hole.
Now I know the backstory of that, because I was wondering, why is he calling that a sippy hole? And I didn't ask
more
you.
Useless information from my my career in motorsports.
Well, we definitely can't call it a puddle, because it's definitely not a puddle. I mean, we could put fish in there and probably live for a few days until that actually seeps down into the ground.
Yeah, pond was a good description.
Yeah,
it could for sure be a pond. And they went sailing across it a little bit earlier. Nice size field here, by the way, in the Expert Turbo category. We talked about Austin Dinger and Mickey Schroeder being at the top of the points, and Donovan Willis also having some great moments here as well. Finished as high as 4th overall. Going back a couple of rounds, Austin Braden inside of this one. Lee Knowles, as you talked about here, an ambassador. So, yeah, it's a great category for sure. And you win the championship, good news, bad news. You win the championship is cool. Bad news is you get to go to the pros.
Right, exactly.
So, you can't hang out here anymore.
Exactly. And speaking of, Lee Knowles was our champion last year in our amateur turbo class, so he respectfully moved up now into this expert class. Same with Kyle Arkenau. I mean, we've had a few people that have moved up. John Calgary was another one that was in our amateur class as well last year. And he, like you were saying earlier, he really stepped it up a few races ago and did an amazing job. And we know that everybody wants that number one spot. And it definitely shows when we're getting up into these expert and these pro classes how hard they actually change in their driving.
Yeah, starting off on points here. No practice time, no qualifying time a day ago, courtesy of Mother Nature. They throw the green flag, so our points leader, Austin Dinger, will lead them to the stripe here. You talked about John Calligaroo. He had a big moment here already, right at the start of this race. We'll see if we can get a number here for you. Number 40 involved, number 57 involved.
Roper.
Is that number 11?
It's Jason Roper, yes. Number 40, you can see he's trying to move, and he is not able to. He took quite a large tumble right off the start. But right there, whenever you take the jump, I mean, you're in the air, and this is open wheel racing, and anything can happen, and that's so unfortunate. So Jason Roper we did see, but we are on our backstretch going through our triple, and that was a nice nosedive right there.
Yeah, really kicked the back end up there. Did stick the landing, though, and was able to drive out of it. So a nice move there, and made a pass in the process.
I can't quite tell who that was, but it's a white car, but I mean, can't see the number quite yet.
Down through the sippy hole there, we're hearing that was Austin Braden. Yeah, if you're the first car there, you're okay. You're the second or third car, and I promise you can't see anything for a couple of seconds there. And reach up, pull a tear off. Yeah, car going off the track there, can't see where they're going.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you're hoping you have many, many tear-offs. I mean, people probably were going over and buying a lot of extra after Mother Nature hit. But we do have Lee Knowles going through our horseshoe turn. That is our 45-degree angle. That's how steep that turn is. We got a little contact going on.
Yeah, and of course the inside there launches a car up. It gets pretty light, so it's easy to swap lanes. And if you're in the outside lane, that means some contact.
Yes, Austin Dinger right there out front.
Yeah, so a big moment right there.
Mickey Schroeder. Oh, goodness
and up
gracious.
on the bike there, second in the points, and finds himself on his lid.
You know what I'm hoping? I hope I didn't jinx this race just now, because it's talking about, how hard they start pushing it. Wow, we do have Jason Roper
I think it's
over.
worth mentioning that given the tight schedule here, keep in mind, we mentioned this before, that Champ is also here racing. That's the opening wreck.
And he was out of the car. He was sitting on the wall, so that's good to see that he's actually out of the car.
But we've not had groom time. They've not been able to groom this track. So they've been racing on it here all morning long, up into the afternoon. Consequently, there's a lot of ruts here. So when you stand on the throttle and you get after this thing in anger, if you're not ready for those ruts, it'll bite you quickly.
And let's talk about this as well. So this track last year, we would have never had any major issues, because last year we had a race course where the water would drain. It was a rocky lake bottom, right? So they brought in the clay because drivers were wanting a non-rocky course. So here we have brought in tons and tons of clay, and you just can't. You have to get that packed in, and it just has been unfortunate with Mother Nature. They've been out here for 2 weeks before we got here trying to groom the track as much as they can, and they just could only do so much before the rain hit.
So last time across the stripe, it was Austin Dinger, and Mickey Schroeder was right there behind him. Unfortunately, got up on the bike and ended up flipping over, so it ended up being Austin Braden who was second across the stripe, followed up by Grant Stephen, Chase Kemp, and Donovan Willis to round out the top five. As once again we go back and take a look at the number 88 car of Austin Dinger, points leader and leader for this race, starting off on the pole based on points here. Won the first event overall, finished up 7th overall, and the second event won round 5 overall as well. So has had actually 3 overall wins here so far this season, consequently the points lead.
Yes, and you can see he's just out front running his own race right now. He just really needs to be cautious so he doesn't make any mistakes like what has happened already on course. You can see he's going through right there. That is a local caution. That is actually our finish line as well. So they have to slow down to 25 miles per hour through a local caution. They are unable to make any passes as well. So that's where they have to be really cautious when they're actually in battle really close with another racer.
Yeah, great description there. Of course, we have the luxury of a nice view courtesy of that drone camera. But whenever you're in the car and you're coming up to that jump, that's blind on the backside. You can't see that all that safety equipment is there. Of course, they're going to rely on their spotters as well. Important to keep them safe there, but that's why they throw the caution before that jump there. They don't want those drivers sailing over the jump, hoping everything's clear.
Yes, and speaking of the spotter stands is right up there where they can see that area as well. And here we are now. Remember, we were always calling this our non-rhythm section. Now it's kind of a skill set of driving. I'm not sure how to even explain the triple tabletop section now.
Yeah, and I think it's a car setup
Yes.
thing now for sure. I mean, the damper program needs to be on point here. Otherwise, it's going to kick the back end up. You'll land nose down. So you might have to check up. You might have to use the brakes. You've got to learn how to drive the car, figure out what it wants. A lot of drivers, if they want to stand on the throttle and just launch it off the top, it's the fastest way to go, but the car has to work.
Yes, and that was Donovan Willis. I'm not sure exactly who he is battling with right now, but they are battling for position. It looks like they spread out just a little bit more. But again, here is Austin Dinger out front. Again, running his own race right now. He has a 1:55.664. He has the fastest lap of the race right now. So he's getting really, he's getting to see the view without having to worry about actually racing hard against somebody. But the white flag just came out earlier. Not sure.
Yeah, white with a yellow. I'm with you. 2 laps remaining here, it says. And not sure if they're giving these guys this category, I should say, a mandatory caution, like the Pro NA and the Pro Turbos get. A lot of this course under caution here with a couple of crashes located around it.
Yes, that's not quite sure exactly what's going on there, because normally whenever they go under the competition yellow, it's a red and a yellow.
Timing and scoring says 1 lap to go, courtesy of Optima Batteries, and of course that is that finish line jump as you were talking about. So they want to make sure they're checked up there because of that incident down there. Racing up here, of course, nose to tail as we take a look at our leader again. Austin Dinger having a great race here.
And we can see on the timing loop that we do have of Optima Batteries, Kendra Hoop is out on course. She's seen this race course quite a bit today as well. And Austin Dinger, though, I mean, this is his race right now.
Yeah, chasing that championship. By the way, Grant Stephen across the stripe in second after that last moment coming to the white flag. So Austin Braden has fallen back a spot. Grant Stephen looking to finish up second here on the opening day.
And if you look at the lap times right now, Austin Dinger has not taken the fastest lap now. He has picked up his lap time to a 1:48.746, but Grant Stephen has now taken over the fastest lap of this race so far at a 1:48.294. So you can tell that he's really picked up his speed and his pace during this race.
Yeah, going back to round 3, Grant Stephen finished third overall, so second would be a season best for him to kick off this weekend. 2-race format, of course. Austin Dinger coming through the final turns here, looking to pick up yet another win. Has done a great job here this season.
And there he goes. He just got that checkered flag.
6 race wins so far this year, and as we talked about, 3 overalls. Obviously set up here in great shape to get his 4th overall if he can have a good race tomorrow.
And he picked up his last lap. It ended up being a 1:47.861. So great job by Austin Dinger. Unofficial in that number 1 spot, but also the fastest lap of the race.
Grant Stephen, as we talked about before, a personal best for him, finishes up in second. Nice job. Chase Kempf will get up onto the podium for the first time this season. Congratulations to him as well. Previous best was a 4th, so nudges that up 1 spot. Congrats to him to get up on the box.
Yes, for sure. And Jake Frederick in that 4th spot. Austin Braden, he dropped down to the number 5 spot. He was running a really good race for himself, and not sure, maybe something happened with him. We did see people earlier getting flat tires as well, so who knows what happened, but Austin Braden did jump down to that number 5 spot.
Yeah, and that wreck on the opening lap, they're still picking up the pieces and parts down there, trying to get a couple cars cleared out of the way. Just in a tough position for sure.
And there's Mickey Schroeder. He's back
number
moving.
43 gets back rolled over on all 4s and drives across the stripe under power, which is good news.
definitely, especially being in that number 2 spot with the points.
Yeah, it would also indicate, of course, that the car is it'll be good to go for tomorrow. Not to say that some arms, suspension arms on it aren't bent, but clearly good enough to go out there and make a couple of laps there to finish things up, and they'll get it tidied up for the race.
Yeah, they'll go back
Sunday.
and definitely do a total walkthrough on that car to see what all might need to be fixed, like you just said.
As you know, the suspension arms on these things are actually pretty fragile, but the cars themselves are actually very tough. So the main hoop and the cage and stuff, I'm sure, is all fine. Fairly soft rollover, but might have grabbed a couple of suspension arms front and rear as we take a look at the unofficial results here in Expert Turbo. Congratulations to Austin Dinger once again, and Grant Stevens, Chase Kemp, both having season best efforts here. Congrats to both of them. Jake Frederick, I should say, and Austin Braden, who unfortunately lost a couple of spots there on that last lap, rounds out the top 5.
Yes, and then Donovan Wilson, that 6th position. Lee Knowles in that 7th. John Calligrew, 8th. Kyle Arkenau in that number 9 position in the number 93. And Bree Seek out there in the number 10 spot.
So, good stuff there. Once again, let's get it back down to Mr. Scott Rain. He is there with our winner and points leader.
Seasons like this don't come along very often in Austin. I'm telling you right now, 6 wins, 4 overalls, fast lap. You're killing it this year.
Man, it's been a little bit of a battle, right? We're having to change some parts and working through some stuff. The driving's been awesome this season. Like I said, we've been able to progress. We've got to race a lot this year, doing some other series, just trying to stay sharp, with our sights set on the pro class for next year. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal season. These don't happen very often, so we're super excited to keep running with this and hopefully bring home a championship.
I kind of like that look on your face right now. It's a smile, but it's kind of like a sly smile. You got one more round to go. Obviously, you're in the catbird seat for the 2023 season. I'm looking at your car. It's not so bad, but talk about the track.
The track's actually, considering the amount of rain we had this weekend, the track's not bad. There's only 1 or 2 mud holes, and it's not even sketchy going up the jump. So come this afternoon, race number 2. If we don't get too much tonight, the track's going to be phenomenal. Track crew did an amazing job getting this thing ready to go today, but track's awesome. It's got a lot of traction right now, and it's fast.
Well, congratulations, man. The target on your back continues.
Good stuff. Yeah, great job there for Austin, of course, and not so fortunate for a couple of other cars. We will take a quick break, and when we come back, it will be Amateur Turbo, which is the feeder class for the Expert Turbo class that we just saw. So stay with us. When we come back, we'll go racing once again here at Mid-America Outdoors.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets, down to the low side, we take the lead! Dirt late models or demolition derby. Oh! Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
It's all going down at Jay, Oklahoma. This is MAO Mid-America Outdoors. Ken Stout, Pam Hall, Scott Rain covering all the action for you here as we wind things down for our portion of the action that's going on here at MAO. We have amateur turbo class coming up, and then we will finish it up with the big dogs in the turbo, the pro turbo category. And a little bit later on after that, the Champ Series will take over here, and the big trucks will be out here on this racetrack as well. So make sure you tune into that as well. We're going to bring you our starting grid here for the amateur turbo category. Charlie Stewart, by the way, leading in the points here, followed up by Rich Raby, and but Charlie Stewart having one of those phenomenal years, and of course we will line them up based on points again.
Yes, and we do have Ariel Bayarski in third, Hank Hall in fourth, Randy Boyter in that fifth position, Justice Schmieder sixth, Parker Frank seventh, Sean Murphy eighth, Mason Prater ninth, and Ryder Van Beekem in that 10th position.
Are you excited to call this race? You have somebody special in here?
I do have to say my nerves are a little going right now. Here we do. We have TW right there getting ready to wave that green flag. All right, the green flag has just dropped, and off the start they go. Oh, look at that. We have somebody already that's Ryder Van Beekem. Too bad for him. He was going a little bit slow, but look who has that hole shot right there.
How about that? Did a great job there. Some kid named Hank Hall.
Wow.
Apparently maybe related to you. 15 years of age out here cutting his teeth, looking to get up into the expert turbo category a year from now. Also having a good run here. Fourth in the points. Has really put some stuff together here as of late. Round 2, of course, finished second overall and then did the same thing again in round number 4. So he has for sure had some moments of brilliance.
Yes, and not everybody went out for practice this morning just because it was a very short practice, but also the track was just coming to this morning, and he hasn't been on the new track, and here we'll see what happens, but we do have quite the field out there. Ryder Van Beekem out there in the backside of this course. He is actually in a what is that called? I just lost my train of thought. A RS1 in the turbo class, which you can do. You can run a non-turbo in a turbo class.
Yeah, and I believe he's also running in a couple of other categories as well. He finished up on the podium here a couple of times already today, so some seat time for sure as they duke it out here. Great battle going on here. The number 57, that is Hank Hall, as we were just talking about, your son.
Yes, and that's Mason Prater in the number 3, right behind him. Mason Prater, he does come from the West Coast. He's been racing for quite a long time as well. He came out and raced with us last round, which was awesome to see. And here he is out on course again. And almost a little bit of contact in the air just now. That's what we were talking about earlier. Open wheel racing can be a little iffy, but we do have a battle going on for second and third place right now.
Did see Mason Prater. He hasn't raced with us all year long, but was here for round number 5 and put together some good efforts, and he is not going away. So the 3 is Mason Prater, who we were just talking about just a moment ago, finished up 4th overall here, round number 5. And, of course, as we mentioned before, your son, Hank Hall, just there ahead of him to number 57.
But look at this right now. It is our points leader, Charlie Stewart, out front. He has made quite a distance between first and second position. He is our points leader. He cannot be touched right now. I mean, he is in that number 1 spot. And between this round and next round, nobody will be able to touch that number 1 spot from Charlie Stewart.
I mean, a 28-point lead without the drop, even with the drop, it's still significant there. So he's done a great job, no question about that.
Yes, he has. And we do have Ariel Bayarski out there who's running in that 3rd position. Looks like she is currently running in that number 7 position out on course on physical time.
Yeah, part of that Johnny K's team, John Caligaroo, who we saw racing here a little bit earlier today. Tim Farr, part of that team as well. It's a big effort for Mr. Caligaroo and Johnny K's and one of the supporters here for the series. And, man, this is a great battle. They are duking it out here.
It is definitely a great battle. And
big moment.
There we go. That's where right now it's all about seat time and everything of making sure you don't make any mistakes. You did bicycle. But look at this. Now we have the number 26 coming into there. The 26, that is Justice Schmieder, who is running 6th in points as well. So Mason Prater has made that pass. Hank Hall running in that 3rd position with Justice Schmieder right on Hank Hall's tail.
Yeah, good battle there. All 3 cars for sure. And I really thought Hank would take over that spot. If Bear had that big moment, he did go outside in on him and took it over for a moment, but then got caught up in the ruts out there, and he's going to have another run because Bear just did the same thing. I'm sorry, Prater.
Yeah, I mean, we got Charlie Stewart. He's running his race all by himself, but the action right now is between second, third, and fourth position. And we do have, like I said, Justice Smeater. He's in that fourth position, sixth in points, but Hank Hall fourth in points, running right now second on race course.
So all three cars, really good pace here, have stayed pretty tight with each other. Unfortunately, the 85 car of Randy Boyder off to the side has a mechanical variance out of this one early on.
Yes, and he's
having
actually
a pretty decent season, really.
Exactly. Last race, he ended up, though, in, I think it was Rusty Pipes' car, and ended up with a gnarly crash, and that's Rusty Pipes had to have his car basically rebuilt. He was talking about that earlier. S3 Power Sports rebuilt his car for him.
Yeah, I kind of remember that. Boyder comes in here top 5 in the points, but today will certainly not help him out in that situation. Again, all three of these cars still nose to tail. Great battle going on here.
Exactly, and we do have Charlie Stewart has the fastest lap of the race so far at a 1:32.203. We know the lap times are picking it up. The Talladega turn that they're on right now, that is one of those corners that you have to figure out what you're going to take. Are you going to take that high line or are you going to take that low line, because it really can mess up if you're battling out for a position.
Yeah, and of course the car in front of you might help dictate that decision. And again, Prater up on the bike, loses a spot here.
Oh, and
Schneider able to pick up that spot there and move into the top 3.
And then Schmieder barely bicycled just a little bit right after that. I mean, that turn right there, you can tell that Mason's having a little bit of difficulty in it. And there are some ruts in these turns just a little bit. But white flag is out right now. Charlie Stewart in that number 1 spot. Hank Hall in number 2. Mason Prater. Actually, Justice Schmieder made a pass on Prater.
Yeah, when Prater got up on the bike there, Schmieder was able to get around underneath him here. And we'll see what happens on this last lap, because that has allowed Hank Hall to drive away here just a little bit, get some breathing room. Yes. I'm sure his spotter will tell him that. So when you get in a couple of those tight areas where the ruts are really bad, you can back off just a little bit and keep your composure.
Back off, but you also, you're saying back off, which is exactly what you want to do, because you don't want to push it so hard and end up bicycling and just completely ruin your whole entire race. But there we are. Charlie Stewart, our leader, out in front. Nobody can touch him right now. He's so far out front. He has definitely got his lines down. He more than likely probably went out for practice this morning, because his car kind of looked a little dirty when he went out there. But here we are. He's going through that, what do you call it again?
The sippy hole.
The sippy hole.
2.5 seconds on the field, by the way.
I think of a sippy cup when you say sippy hole.
Right, so Hank Hall there, we saw him just ahead of that group of 3.
Oh.
And a moment back there, that looked like front-wheel drive was lost.
I think.
Typically when they spin around like that, they've lost front-wheel drive.
I think it was possibly Prater, because I don't think that he has made a pass back on Schmieder. Oh, and we have a little contact going on back here. I'm not sure what position they are battling for, but they made a little bit of contact back there. That was Ryder Van Beekem that just passed by.
Yeah, those two cars, you can get side by side. Rich Raby, that was part of that battle, which Rich Raby's second in the points here and a little bit deeper in the field than you would expect, down in 7th position last time across. As we keep an eye on Charlie Stewart coming across for the final time to grab that checker flag. Congratulations to Charlie Stewart. Excellent job for him.
Yes, and he had the fastest lap time at a 1:32. He did have quite a lead. He had a 4.5 second lead over second place. So we do have Charlie Stewart in that first position, Hank Hall second, and Justice Smeater in that third position is what we have right now. So Mason Prater did that spin out. Not sure if he got going again after that, because like you were saying, that it definitely is a front-wheel drive problem when you spin out like that.
Hank Hall having a good effort here as he finishes up in second. Charlie Stewart grabbing his 5th race win, by the way, of the season.
And that is Ryder Van Beekem getting that checkered flag.
Yeah, we saw Ryder have issues there in the beginning of that race, so that's a pretty good rebound. Really curious what happened there. He was completely off pace and off to the side of the track, but was able to gather it back up and make a run. Had a chance to speak to his dad a little bit earlier, who went for a big ride out here a couple of rounds ago. He's going to take it easy and come back next year. Sean Murphy across the stripe in 7th. Rich Raby able to grab one more spot there, up into 6th. So a tough race there for Rich.
I see a name up there, Mia Chapman. I did not see 937. Oh, she actually raced earlier on, I believe, and had a little incident. So
she had a big incident, actually. So I heard she is okay, which is great news. As Charlie Stewart up top, Hank Hall right there in second place, looking to work his way up into the top 3 in the points. Came in here 4th in the points. Justice Schmieder, as you were talking about before, had that great battle. Hall, Schmieder, and Prater, all three of them back and forth at one point or another. Ryder Van Beekem having a good comeback as well inside of the top 5.
Yes, and Rich Raby in that number 6 position. Sean Murphy in 7th. Ariel Bayarski, she is actually our 3rd place in points right now. She is back in that 8th position. And then Parker Frank in 9th. And Randy Boyter, we did see him have an issue. And we did not see Mia Chapman actually take the green flag today.
And once again, Scott Rain is down there with our winner, 5th race win, I should say, on the season, looking for another overall.
Charlie Stewart, let's put it this way. You've had a very, very clean race, but it was a mess behind you. Do you even care what's going on as far as all the action behind you and just worry about the track in front, or what's your strategy out there?
With the track today, I just tried to focus on the stuff in front of me, not behind me, especially with that big pond and before that jump. Got a little sketchy sometimes, but came out with the win, and I'm happy with this weekend.
Well, you figured out well enough they had the fastest lap of the race as well, but talk about that track.
It was great. Got rough in some spots, but that new tabletop jump I really like. Just really smooth race.
Well, congratulations to this man right here, Charlie Stewart, another win. Nice job.
Thank you.
And once again, congratulations to him. Great effort there as he continues to dominate that category and chase that championship. Of course, he'll be able to bump up to the Expert Turbo category when that is said and done after the next round. Stay with us. We have the Pro Turbo cars firing up, ready to go battle.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
One race to go here with the Mid-America Outdoor Side-by-Side Championship, round number 6. We will wrap things up here after the Pro Turbos. They will all be back to do it again tomorrow as well, so we hope you will join us there. The racing, of course, is far from done, as Champ will take over after we're done, and the big trucks will come out here and sling some dirt around. Looking forward to watching that as well. Once again, let's get it back down to Scott Rain. He has some last-minute thoughts here on the Pro Turbo category. Scott.
Hey guys, I am right now in probably one of the most exciting spots on the entire racetrack at the moment. We got Pro Turbo back in staging, going to come down this way for a rolling start any moment. But as you look past my shoulder up on the top, that is the bad boys of the UTV racing here at Mid-America Outdoors. Hang tight, because we got some Pro Turbo coming up next.
Yeah, of course, these things make some big steam. Thanks a lot, Scott. Yeah, it is really cool. I thought they'd be rolling down the hill there when he was talking about that, to see him see him come cruising by. But, of course, the Millers have had an incredible season, which you would anticipate. Kyle Cheney as well. Cheney did stumble, though, in round number 3. It opened up the door for, of course, Cody and Hunter Miller to take over that points lead. And Hunter Miller back just a little bit. We're going to show you points here in just a couple of moments as well. But if you count the drop races, even though without the drop race, Hunter Miller has 5 points on Kyle Cheney. But if you count the drop races, they're tied up for second. So it is on for this championship inside of this category, and they are absolutely the best of the best.
Exactly. Talking to them out in the pits is pretty cool, and we do have this amazing current overall standings for our Pro Turbo class right there. And like you were just saying, I mean, you have to factor in, the drop races and everything, but we have Cody Miller in that number 1 spot, Hunter Miller in number 2, Kyle Cheney in that 3rd position. These guys all like to talk back and forth to each other and joke with each other and everything, but it's pretty fun to listen to those guys. And I know you've been around them quite a while, too, as well.
Yeah, and that Can-Am team, so good. Corey Willis there in 4th, a solid player. Kanan Baker, we talked about him in Pro NA. He came out here in the last round and dominated, drove around the outside of Miller, which nobody has done all year long. It was an impressive drive out of young 15-year-old Kanan Baker. Basically made a mark and said, I'm here to play, guys, and I'm capable of running with you. It was pretty cool. If we take a look at the rest of the field here, as you can see, a lot of people have competed so far in chasing points. So a better part of 30 competitors this year inside of this Pro Turbo category.
Yes, and there we do have them coming down to get down ready for
Cody
that.
Miller there, our points leader, yep.
Yes, getting ready to do their rolling start. And I'm going to talk about it. Doing the rolling starts are pretty fun, but look at this. We have onboard camera.
How about that with Kyle Cheney, and we'll hopefully it stays clean. We can see where he's going. The first time through the Sippy hole, it might not look this good, but they'll get them lined up here, of course, and you mentioned it before, a side-by-side rolling start here, so they will not use the land rush start for this particular category. Way too many cars anyways to give everybody a fair shot at that, but yes. It'll be fun to watch them go side-by-side here and make their way over that finish line jump, if you will, and then into turn number 1. That
Sippy hole, as you keep saying, I keep calling it a pond. I hope that at some point of it we can be on board when Kyle Cheney actually goes through it. I want to see how it actually hits the car, because when you hit a puddle or a pond or something going really fast, how it like whooshes up over the car. I'm just wondering and curious of how it's going to do with the race cars, if it's going to do the same thing or if it's just basically flowing out to the side.
Yeah, we have seen these cars make their way through there at speed, of course, and it seems like they're able to stay on top of it for the most part. They certainly don't sink down half-wheel deep, which, as we watch them on this recon lap, we've seen them a couple of times, that it's way deeper than appears whenever they're racing. So they've got them lined up side by side here, and again, worth repeating that they had no practice time, they had no qualifying time, so they are lined up here based on points. I believe this will be a 5-lap race, if I'm not mistaken, and they should see a mandatory caution as well, which will bunch them back up there in the middle of the race.
Yes, and that was TW that was down there getting them all lined up. He is also our pace driver as well, so headed back over to his UTV to get in and take these guys around. Over here on the left-hand side, the number 1, that is our 2022 Scotty Champion. He was our championship winner last year for our Pro Turbo class.
That was a great shot. I don't know if they can hear us or not to go back to it or not. But you could see the different tire design. Some little see the heavier lug right there, and also the rounded sidewall on the number 124 just ahead is a Hoosier tire, more of the chain link style design. That works really good on a dry slick track. So again, a little heavier lug up ahead. So thanks a lot to the camera crew, and doing a great job here today to give us a couple of looks as you take a look at that Can-Am team up there in the front. So tire choice critical here, and a lot of times the chain link Hoosiers are very fast, but not till the end of the race.
Right, exactly. I mean, the tire choice, like you just said, I mean, you think about it, you run certain brands of tires. All these brands of tires have their own reasoning for why they're better in, mud or dry conditions. But out here this weekend, starting off this morning, it was a muddy mess out there, and here we are, perfect track conditions, and now it's like, do you change your tire pressure? Do you change, you might have your tires cut a certain way for certain conditions, and it's like when you get to the end of the day like this, where it's different, maybe you have to choose a different cut on your tire.
And here's a look at our Pro Turbo starting grid for round number 6 with Cody Miller up front. His brother right alongside. Kyle Cheney inside of row number 2. Corey Willis outside row 2. Fourth in the points. Kanan Baker with a nice move after winning in round number 5 up there inside of row number 3. And Cody Taylor on the outside of him. Cody Martin on the inside of row 4, lined up alongside legendary Tim Farr, Zach Beavers, and Jacob Geisendorf. And this class always throws me off with the Codys. There's Codys and there's Martins and there's Millers. And it's kind of crazy. Scott Champion is our reigning champion inside of the category. Mitchell Huddleston, of course, Chad Deutsch, and Austin Vanover. Mickey Thomas, and I was not able to verify if it's the Mickey Thomas, but I think it's Mickey Thomas, who's currently chasing a championship in the Champ Series in Pro 2, formerly drove in side-by-sides, was very, very fast. In fact, I want to say championship year for Robert Stout on the Lucas Oil Series. Mickey Thomas filled in for one of those races up in Reno. So very, very talented no matter what he gets into. He eventually went into, of course, Pro Light and now into the Pro 2. So be interesting if it's Mickey Thomas, and I believe it is, coming from the back of the field there because he's not chased points. First time we've had his name on the list here. See how he does there from the back.
But when you think about it, I mean, why wouldn't you? If you have a car that will race in our Pro Turbo class here, even though he doesn't normally race in it, why wouldn't you go out there? Because this is basically like a pre-run for him.
Oh, it's
right?
seat time on this track.
Exactly.
No question about that. And it doesn't matter what you're in, it's going to make a difference. By the way, looking at that, what we've been referring to as the pond or the sippy hole, it does not have as much water in it. I think with all the racing, they've blown a bunch of water out of it, but it is still very, very wet in there and will be a tricky obstacle for them to navigate through. The best in the business here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we are talking about the fastest drivers in side-by-side UTVs out here. Of course, Champ has, we're missing people like C.J. Greaves. Would love to have Greaves out here. But it's the rule set is a little bit different, and they're changing their own championships as well over there.
Right. But Mickey Thomas, like we were saying, if he ends up, having their own, if they're having their own UTV that can race, then here he is out here again, seat time. But here we have a stacked field. They're getting ready to finish up their recon lap to take that green flag. And this is where I would love to talk to these drivers. I sometimes ask them, how are you actually feeling when you're getting ready to take that green flag? Is your heart pumping, or are you calm and cool? Like, some people are super nervous, and even though they've been doing it for years. The Millers, I mean, they race all the time. They've been doing it for so long. It's one of those things where I'm going to have to go and chat with them about how they actually feel when they're starting side by side, because they're brothers, but they're also racers on race course.
Speaking of the Millers, looking at them there, of course, maybe a last minute conversation with your spotter, something that you want them to look out for, keep an eye on. Some of that stuff going on, settling in. Typically, these guys with all this experience, put the helmet on, get the car started, they get out on the track, and they get a sense of calm that comes over them. They know what's going to happen here as we take a look at it. By the way, we need to talk about these cars. They weigh in. They're 100. Were they bumping a little bit, brotherly love? 1,750 pounds, so they're 100 pounds more than the NA cars. These things producing upwards of 300 plus horsepower. They horsepower to weight on them is very, very good. They are absolute rocket ships. I mean, they are extremely fast. So it'll be fun to watch the best go at it here, as it always is. The premier class here for the side-by-sides at Mid-America Outdoors. Round number 6, race number 1. The Miller brothers are on the front row. They stand on the throttle. The 22 goes. Cheney looking to make it 3 wide here in turn number 1 already.
Oh, that turn right there is always so tight coming off the start, as we saw earlier on, some incidents happening. But here we are with that green flag. They're all still super tight going. It almost looks like they're almost still in order to start.
Cheney did pick up one of the spots, and Kanan Baker trying to come with him. Kanan Baker, of course, our latest winner. Taking a look at that white car, you can see that sloped, laid-back roof. I mean, really sexy-looking car, no doubt about it. 15 years old, and he's worked his way up into second already. The 21 car is coming. He is ready to make some noise here again and fighting for the lead on the inside of Cody Miller.
Wow, he is definitely out here wanting to race with these boys. But you had a great conversation with Dad. You were saying that he's look at that.
Yeah,
Contact.
The Miller brothers, was that Hunter or was that Cheney?
Well, there is right there. That's Cody. Oh, it's
I think that was Cheney, because Cheney had gotten around Hunter at the start.
Well, and Cheney's in second now.
Was up into second.
Wow, you had a great conversation with Baker, is what I was saying really quick about Dad. Studying these videos, it's amazing to see that he's taking that he watched and learned, and he's actually applying it on course.
Yeah, no question. I mean, he watched the guys what they were racing, went back, watched a lot of film, if you will, and found a couple of places where he thought he could do a better job. And then, of course, they made a tire change, is what I understand as well. Picked up some time there, and boy, whatever it is, man.
It is definitely showing out here on course for sure. We do have, that is Corey Willis right there with, I believe that is Cody Martin as well, or Cody Taylor, I'm sorry, that they're battling it out. There's a nice little battle going on here between 6th and 8th position. There's the number 7 right there. That is Cody Martin.
Yeah, Corey Willis down in there as well. That's the black car. Is that correct?
Yes, 17 is Corey Willis.
That is Corey Willis.
Oh, no, look at
our
this.
Points leader. Cody Miller is off to the side with a mechanical.
That is very unfortunate for Cody Miller, but Kanan Baker went across the line in that number 1 spot with Cody Miller off to the side. It looks like it happened before the finish line. He doesn't have any laps on his
Yeah, you're
scoring.
exactly right. Kyle Cheney recorded in 2nd place, and then Hunter Miller, Cody Taylor, Corey Willis inside of the top 5 as we go back and take a look at our leader. And you were talking about it before getting some seat time. So Kanan's already been out here in the Pro NA class, had a great run there as well. I think finished up 2nd place behind Owen Van Eperen, and boy, they've got this thing sorted out. I don't know what they've done, but man, they have found a ton of speed. I mean, to put it in perspective, he finished 6th overall, 11th overall, 13th overall, then 7th overall, and then came out here and dominated round 5, winning every time he got on the track in both categories and looking to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, he's doing an amazing job out there. I believe that after 3 laps, we are supposed to go into our competition yellow, so we should be doing that here in just a moment. But Kanan Baker on the rails out there, and he will be racing later on in the Champ Series as well. So amazing kid out there racing. I mean, he's 15 years old, and he's out here racing against very seasoned veterans. I say veterans, but, compared to his age, they out here racing against people that have been doing it for many, many years.
I was speaking to a couple of the drivers as well, and they said you'd be surprised at how stock the Miller's cars are, because you are allowed to change internals in the engines here and make a little more power. And a lot of people say they just leave them the way they are.
Yes.
And, of course, very good driver, suspension, plenty of suspension modifications there and dialing the car in so that it will work right.
And they do so much different style of racing. They don't only do short course racing, they do the Ultra 4 USA as well. They race King of the Hammers, and so it's they have a lot of seat time and different styles of racing as well. But Kanan Baker, I mean, we were talking about it earlier, he has his Pro Light, he races in the Pro NA, Pro Turbo. He also races Nitro Cross, so he's got a lot of, and he also races at the Chili Bowl as well. So different styles of racing, again, for Kanan Baker. That just makes you a better driver when you can come out and drive different styles for different styles of cars, I should say.
Yeah, he has a lot of seat time, no doubt. And he'll be doing a lot of racing here this weekend as well. You talked about the Pro Light that he'll be competing in. He'll be competing in the Champ Series as well. And side-by-sides, 2 classes here, side-by-sides. He ran in the Pro Light a little bit earlier for our MAO Pro Light Championship Series. Got his feet wet in that, so a lot of seat time, man, and this kid is definitely switched on.
Yes, he is, and he is showing these boys what he is all about. He wants to be out here on top notch with all of them, and here he is. And there's the competition yellow coming out. Slowing them down. Kyle Cheney out there with a 138.436 is his fastest lap. But if you look, Kanan Baker's fastest lap time is a 136.980. He has the fastest lap of the race so far.
Yeah, I mean, a second and a half on Cheney. Am I doing the math right there? I mean, that's insane.
It is definitely insane for sure. I mean, again, Kyle Cheney, he's another one. He also races the Champ Series. He'll be out racing later on with them as well. And that's a great battle going on. That is Scotty Champion, and I believe that was Mitchell Huddleston. Yes, it is. That they went over the finish line.
Just nudged him out there, just snuck across before him, at least according to live time and scoring. So congrats to him, and I'll give him one position better to start the back half of this race here, the final couple of laps.
And if that is the Mickey Thomas that you were talking about, he is running in that number 11 position.
So once again, Kanan Baker there right behind the Pace vehicle. Bring you up, give you a good look at this talented young man, 15 years of age, out of Oklahoma. Pro NA and Turbo, and as we talked about before as well, I know Polaris, he's a Polaris, but they also have a Can-Am as well. So whatever it takes to go out there and win is what they do. And his father's a wonderful guy. Of course, his sister also competes as well. Saw her in the Pro NA category.
They race against each other in that class.
Wonderful family, no doubt about it.
They have quite a setup over there. I mean, there's multiple cars over there. They do a lot of stuff around the park as well. So, everybody out here, we love all of our families out here, and they come out with a show. And here we are, Kanan Baker in that number 1 spot, and his white. I call it. It looks like a space, it should be on like a Star Trek or something. And the way his car is shaped, it's a different shape than anybody else out here. It's a pretty cool look. It's definitely one that you can tell
They've
that
got
it's
him
Kanan
sitting
Baker.
low center of gravity there, and of course that thing is swooped back. You can see he has plenty of headroom inside there, so no issues there. By the way, Tim Farr having a good race here as well, just outside of the top 5. Yeah, you mentioned Mickey Thomas starting off dead last up into the 11th position, and now the field bunched back up here, so he'll have a target-rich environment directly in front of him. We'll see if he can take advantage of that. Kanan Baker really taking his time through there, through that pond, that big, gigantic mud hole, if you will, as to not bring up any water and get it on any critical pieces inside of the car.
Oh, I was thinking he was just being really nice.
Keep his feet dry. Honestly, I mean, you don't want water on the shoes either. Your feet slip off the pedals. There's a lot going on whenever you load these cars up and you get them inside of a turn. Your feet can slip off the pedals for just a second. It can get you in trouble and help you flip if you're not on the throttle. So a lot of stuff to think about that you typically might not think about. And, of course, one of the best, and Kyle Chaney right behind him. I mean, the guy's a machine. Not much that guy hasn't won over the course of time in every form of racing and side-by-side. Of course, a king as well, a 3-time king at the Hammers. So he can he will make you pay. I promise you, if Chaney can get around him, he will show no mercy.
And that's what I was jokingly going to say. Maybe Kanan was just being nice and not going to get mud up on Chaney's visor through the puddle.
Kanan, maybe?
Maybe, I don't know. Who knows?
Maybe. He's 15. He hasn't learned to hate at that special level that some of these veterans can do when they're inside of a race car. Put that helmet on.
Exactly. And Hunter Miller right there, he was on screen as well. He is also one that's been up there, at Hammers as well, racing against Chaney. Chaney, kind of a not funny but not funny story. He technically could be a 4-time winner in a row, but he had an incident one of the years. He had a flat tire or something had happened, and they didn't put his car in gear, and it ended up rolling over his foot and breaking his foot. And he ended up finishing in second place, but he was leading the race on the last lap when it happened. But Chaney's definitely a machine, like you were saying. He is won in a lot of stuff, and he shows it right here. But up against Kanan Baker, they're getting ready to take that green flag to finish out the last 2 laps of our Pro Turbo race.
Corey Willis back there in 4th as well. Has had some great moments. Always a solid top 5 player. They throw the green flag. Kanan Baker brings them back to the stripe, stands on the throttle. Here we go, the back half of the Pro Turbo race. Somebody getting pushed out into the fluff did not work out well. I say fluff, it's more of a heavy mud rutted up track out there.
I'm trying to see who it was, but I think it was Cody Taylor.
I was just going to say the same thing. It might have been Cody Taylor. We'll see what happens the next time they come around if Tim Farr was able to take advantage of that, but they kind of blocked the track in the process, and Taylor got back on the pipe. So
it's really amazing to see the different cars, the way they land. Look at Kyle Chaney really closing a gap right now on Kanan Baker.
Chaney coming on here, showing he's got something to hang with the 21 car. We'll see if he can make it last. The PPEI car of Corey Willis back there in 3rd place. Nice move for him on that restart, picking up a spot.
Corey Willis is another one that races and also in our Ultra 4 racing as well. He's got seat time and all different kinds.
Oh, no. Big moment right there. Talk about gathering one up. Wow. One of the Can-Am cars there. Corey Willis in the 17 car trying to pick up another spot on Chaney, and Chaney has fallen way back from the 21 car. We thought he was catching Kanan, and it looks like maybe you had a big moment there at some point. The 91 car way back and now under attack from the 17 of Corey Willis.
Oh, and this is where you do not want to make a mistake because you don't want to lose that position, but he has definitely dropped way back. They are going to come around and get the white flag right now is what they should be doing. So what a great race we do have going on right now, though, between Kyle Chaney and Corey Willis.
White flag is out for Kanan Baker. One more lap here, and he's going to try to make it 3 consecutive race wins in a row. No reason to believe that wouldn't happen as we look at it right now. Certainly has a lot of breathing room. A great battle here for second between the 91 of Kyle Cheney and Corey Willis.
Corey Willis definitely has a great program going for himself. He's out here running third. He has had a few things. I think he ended up rolling on our last round or something.
He went
happened.
for a big ride. You're absolutely right. And blamed himself. He said, man, it was one of those mistakes. It just happens sometimes.
And that's one of the areas on the track that they actually changed this race as well. They cut one of our last turns out over there where a lot of people were having some issues, but he is not letting Kyle Cheney out of his sights whatsoever. And there's quite a gap right now, too, between second and third and then going back into the rest of the pack.
Corey Willis, a very talented businessman as well. So we talked about that battle back there. Cody Taylor did come across the stripe in fourth, and Hunter Miller back there in fifth, as definitely Hunter having a moment there.
That was a big moment. That was a scary moment.
Kanan with no pressure whatsoever just continues to drive away with a 1.4 or 5 second lap time, better than Kyle Cheney, which is just outstanding. That's an unbelievable effort. Last time across the stripe had a 3-second lead. It's bigger than that now.
100% on that. Kyle Cheney's making a little bit of a gap in front of Corey Willis, but Kanan Baker, he is the man of the race right now. Just one last turn here coming up here shortly to finish this race out.
And across the stripe he goes. Checkered flag out for 15-year-old Kanan Baker. Gets it done. Kyle Cheney back there battling with Corey Willis, is able to hang on. Willis keeping the pressure on him, but not able to get the spot. Flagman needs to get back out of the way there because that battle was pretty vicious. Hunter Miller works his way back up into fourth. Geisendorf and Cody Taylor going at it there as well for fifth and sixth. So once again, a great battle here in the Pro Turbo category.
That was a great race right there. That's really, though, unfortunate for our points leader, Cody Miller. I mean, the points were only 9 between him and Hunter going into this race, and that's very unfortunate that he ended up not finishing the race because that's going to definitely hurt him in points.
Yeah, and if my drop math is correct, really only 6
right
after the drop. So this could be, I mean, it's far from over. As we take a look at the unofficial results here, we have another race that has to happen tomorrow. Any one of these guys can have the same fate be dealt to them. So, but congratulations to Kanan Baker. He now makes it 3 consecutive wins out here. Kyle Cheney doing a great job there, staying right there in the hunt, and will be a player here in the points for the championship now. Corey Willis keeping the pressure on Kyle Cheney. It was a lot of fun to watch that battle.
Yes, it was. Hunter Miller back there in our number 4 spot, our second place in points overall for the season. Jacob Geisendorf in that number 5 spot. Cody Taylor, we saw him battling it out there a little bit too, and he's sitting in that number 6 spot. Tim Farr in that number 7 spot. Our 2022 champion, Mr. Scotty Champion, back there in our 8th position. Cody Martin in that 9th. Here we have Zach Beavers is now in that 11th position. Chad Dusich in that number 12th. Mickey Thomas in that 13th. And then we had Austin Vanover, and Cody Miller didn't even make a lap, so very unfortunate.
Yeah, Mickey Thomas having a tough back half of that race. Lost a few positions, but great to have him out there for sure. Good overhead shot there of the newly designed track here at Mid-America Outdoors. Stay with us when we come back. We'll talk to our winner.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
And we welcome you back here to Mid-America Outdoors. Of course, day one, wrapping it up here of a 2-day event here for round number 6 overall of a 7-round season. Mother Nature working with us nicely today. The track came in. By the way, hats off to the entire track crew for doing a great job for sure to get this thing raceable here today. And the track really came in nice, and we had some great racing.
We had amazing racing today. I mean, I was very questionable this morning when I woke up going, I'm not sure if we're racing or not because of what Mother Nature did to us the past day. But it was an awesome day, and it's only going to get better. I mean, I'm going to go set trackside and watch Champ race now.
Yeah, I'm right with you, man. We'll grab something cool to drink, and we'll go watch some more racing. It'll be a lot of fun for sure. In the meantime, let's get it down to the third member of our team, Mr. Scott Rain, for his final thoughts. Scotty?
Pam, Ken, I got to tell you, as much as Mother Nature was kicking us around yesterday with all that rain, I think she's smiling down upon us right now, providing us with a fantastic day of racing and weather. Unbelievable racing, but two things stick out in my head right now. Austin Dinger and his winning this year in 2023 and his streak, and of course that young phenom, that future legend, that future superstar, Kanan Baker. I think all of us have to keep an eye on that kid and see where that career takes him, because that is a superstar in the making. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. Kanan's going to be a lot of fun to watch him work his way up through the ranks and continue to chase that career. So it's been a lot of fun. By the way, we're going to be back on here at 9:15 in the morning, right? So join us again.
Yes, exactly. Tomorrow's going to be a whole nother day of an amazing race day. You guys want to make sure you stay tuned in. I mean, we have all of our different outlets that you can sit here and watch our racing on. So you want to make sure you stay tuned in for sure.
Yeah. Great racing coming your way tomorrow. Of course, you can watch it all live on Speed Sport 1. Hope you'll join us at 9:15 a.m. Central Time. For Scott Rain and Pam Hall, I'm Ken Stout. Thanks for watching all the racing here at Mid-America Outdoors.